Good morning and welcome to our Moore County Board of Education work session on Monday, April the 4th. We're glad to see everyone this morning. Before I want to call the meeting to order, and I just would like to have an amendment motion this morning. We had a late notice that I want to get added to this session for discussing our legal counsel. So I would like to get an amendment motion to add that to our agenda for today.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. And now, is there a motion to approve our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much. At this point, Ms. Caldwell, will you lead us into the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure, please, Rob. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. I want to acknowledge that
On the amendment, is that gonna be under board action or pending?
it will be under board action. Yes, sir. I want to just mention that Mr. Holmes is not here this morning. Not sure. He may be just arriving a bit late. And Ms. Carter, I did receive a text from her that she will be a little bit late today, so she will be here, okay? First item on our board action is COVID-19 management updates. Dr. Locklear, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Good morning. Fortunately and thankfully, the COVID-19 management update, we hope will continue to be a routine. Our metrics continue to be at very low rates for the County of Moore as well as internally. There are a couple updates we want to share with you today, Dr. Powers and Dr. Metcalf, but as you can see, the recommendation is to continue optional masking in the school district for the next month. As a reminder, we are required to bring this to you each month as a requirement of Senate Bill 654 for the rest of the year. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. We will be quick this morning, so we'll hand it right over to Seth.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Dr. Metcalf. Yes, we will, and we are pleased that all our metrics continue to be what we would like them to be and trending in the right direction for sure. We always express our appreciation to our partners as we've done in the past. The outline of our presentation will be the same as it has been in previous board presentations. So we'll cover each of these items with you quickly this morning. And we're going to start with our most current COVID-19 guidance. DHHS guidance as a part of the Strong Schools NC Toolkit was last updated on March 4th, 2022 with limited revisions that went into effect on March 7th, 2022. So now we'll quickly look at what those revisions were. So the most current guidance says that schools should move to voluntary masking in coordination with local authorities. Also, just as a reminder, effective February 25th, 2022, the CDC no longer require wearing of masks on buses or vans operated by public or private school systems, including early education and child care providers. In addition, the most current guidance as of March 7th, 2022 from the toolkit, DHHS no longer recommends universal masking requirements in schools or other low-risk settings. Instead, DHHS asked that all schools should, staff and students must wear a mask for at least 10 days after symptom onset or after testing positive for COVID-19 unless a mask use exemption applies. Students and staff should wear a mask for 10 days following an exposure to a person with COVID-19 unless a mask use exemption applies. Students and staff who are at high risk for severe disease are unvaccinated or not up to date on vaccines should wear a mask in indoor settings. And DHHS also asked that district support students and staff who choose to wear a mask.
So let me ask you, we don't enforce the should, we only enforce the must, am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I also want to provide an additional update related to out-of-state field trips. As of March 21st, 2022, the district is allowing schools to again submit requests for board approval of out-of-state field trips. As a part of the request, schools are required to submit a plan for the care and return home of any student who becomes COVID-19 positive while on the trip. Also, just to share that we do continue to communicate as needed and meet formally weekly with our Moore County Health Department colleagues. The Health Department does continue to express that they do continue to plan to follow the guidance of DHHS's Public Health Toolkit for schools related to COVID-19 management and any isolation or quarantine related decisions. And of course, as always, our Moore County Schools District staff will continue to monitor both the County of Moore metrics as well as our school district metrics in making determinations related to our staff's monthly recommendations related to masking. So, related to this past month, in our collaboration with the Health Department, there have been no changes in the guidance of the Health Department for managing COVID-19 in the schools over the past month. The Health Department continues to follow the guidance of the Strong Schools Toolkit and supports optional masking in all school settings, including on transportation, and does not require quarantine of asymptomatic individuals following exposure to a COVID-19 positive individual. So nothing has changed in relation to the Health Department's guidance over the past month. Just a very brief update on our Testing in Schools program. That does continue. We do still offer free diagnostic testing for students and staff. We have done that since November 15th. Parents must provide documented consent in order to have their child tested. And just to update you, over the past month, from February 28th to March 24th, 91 students were tested through our school testing program with 6 positive results. 17 staff members were tested with 0 positive results over that time frame. Also, just a brief reminder here of the CDC's relatively new COVID-19 Community Levels Index based on hospitalizations in a community with 3 levels: high, medium, and low. And we're able to share that you can see the trend since mid-February has been from medium into the low. And I can also share, although it's not on here as we didn't have the information in time when this slide presentation was posted, but for the week of March 21st, we do also know that the county remains in the low green level for community levels. This slide just continues to show what the community transmission and percent positivity rates index looks like. We've seen that for months. And then when we look at our rates for the County of Moore and in Moore County schools, I can provide you with an update related to the new cases per 100,000 for the week of March 21st. And that was 31.7 cases per 100,000 and a 2.4% positivity rate, which keeps Moore County in the moderate or yellow level. And then when we look at our historical cases in Moore County schools, although this information has not been updated as of yet for March 21st at the time of this slide presentation being posted, I can share with you there were only 2 total 0 to 17 cases in the County of Moore for the week of March 21st, and we do not have our updated student infection rates at this time, but I can share with you those continue to be very low and positively trending downward.
Dr. Powers.
Yes, ma'am.
what is our, I know you don't have a percentage or numbers or anything, but we still have our nurses available for testing. Do we still have parents who are driving up or calling for that service?
Yes, ma'am, and the slide,
That's coming up.
Oh, okay, okay, all right.
here we are right here. So you can see the third bullet from February 28th to March 24th.
Okay,
We had
I
nine-
missed that, okay.
We had 91 students who were tested with 6 positive results and 17 staff members. So we do continue to
Okay.
offer the testing program. And parents do continue to take advantage of it as needed, although certainly not as much as has been in the past, which we're
Okay.
thankful for.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to make sure the public knows, we're not paying for that, the federal government is paying for that, right?
That is correct.
Okay, that's the one thing I care about.
Well, and I actually had a question along that line too. So I assume those COVID nurses are doing other duties within the schools because they're doing 25 tests a week.
That is correct. So they're now, of course, during the time when they were the most busy, that's all they did. But you're exactly right, Mr. Hensley. Now they're also supporting the other school-related needs, help needs of our students and supporting our regular school nurses.
Yeah, and that was a federal grant through the Department of Health and Human Services that flowed to us. So, yes, sir.
Their
And is
money,
that-
not ours.
Correct. Their money, not ours. That's correct.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move the board approve the recommendation of superintendent to maintain optional masks.
Second?
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Let's finish with Dr. Powers, to see if he has any additional items
And that
before
was,
we
and
vote.
that's exactly where we were. So the
Okay,
final
all right.
slide, our masking recommendation, and nothing has changed with that recommendation over the past month. We do recommend that masks remain optional in all school settings, including transportation.
Okay. Are there any other comments, board members? All in favor of our motion and superintendent's recommendation, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That vote carries 7-0. Thank you so much, Dr. Powers and Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am.
Next, on our agenda is we are at, a time,
Just one further comment
okay,
on that, which really is kind of relevant to what we were just saying. You said that there has to be a plan for sick children with COVID-19 to return if it is out-of-state field trips. I would hope that we'd also have a plan for kids just who are sick generally to return from these out-of-state field trips, just as part of our contingencies. Just a suggestion. Maybe it doesn't require comment, just a suggestion.
And that's what we're doing.
Okay.
thank you. Our next item for board action this morning is endorsing our process for appointing Sandhills Community College Board of Trustee. We are up for one appointment, I believe. We have 4 individuals that our school board has the authority to appoint to the trustees at the college. George Little's term is from July 18th through June 2022 this year, and the term begins on July 1st. So following our process from last year, I believe, we will open a notice inviting nominations from our public that will be posted on our website and different platforms from April the 5th through the 19th. Anyone interested in being a member of the college trustees can submit a letter, and that letter will go to our assistant to the board, Miss Cindy Parker, and it should be submitted by close of April 19th. And so then the process is that information will be shared with the board. And then it depends on, last time we had several, letters that were submitted. So we had Mr. Dennison and Mr. Holmes to actually contact each one of those. I don't know their process, but anyway, they were able to contact those applicants and talk to them directly. And then they presented a recommendation back to the board. So I would like to follow that same process with Mr. Dennison and Mr. Holmes. And then we will follow up with both of them depending on how many applications we get. And so I wanted us to discuss or approve, that is my recommendation for a motion to proceed with selection of an individual for a trustee at the college.
Might it be better to put like Stacy, because Stacy's gonna remain on the board, Stacy, and she'll do it rather than myself? Is that-
I don't think so. I don't think at this point in time,
Okay.
we're gonna vote on it.
Remember last time we did this and we ended up reappointing the guy that we were
Yeah.
going to originally?
Yeah,
As
but,
far as I'm concerned, George, you know, I'm for reappointing him again.
okay. At first, is there a motion to proceed with our plan?
I make a motion that we proceed with the plan that we used last time.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Now, are there questions, discussions, any comments?
So is it gonna be Mr. Dennison and, and
Mr. Dennison and Mr.
Dan,
Holmes?
you can't even get out of anything, can you?
He said maybe Stacy could do it.
Yeah,
I think you did a good
Through
job.
November.
That's okay.
So
Mr. Hensley?
I would point out that, well, first of all, Mr. Dennison apparently does not want to do it. I mean, so the other thing that's probably more relevant, not that he doesn't want to do it, but he wants, someone who will be on the board. But secondly, and probably most important, Ed did express his, hey, George is my guy.
Right.
And if Mr. Dennison's already made up his mind, he's probably not the best person to have on that committee.
Any other comments?
Am I not noting that you said that if it's necessary, you will appoint two members? You're not actually appointing two at this time?
I think that if we appoint two, then we can go ahead and follow the process, and if we get it, then we don't have to circle back around. That's sort
Okay,
of
well,
what-
that's not what the.
Yeah, I
That's not
know.
what it says there.
I'm changing that a little bit. That's why I'm trying to bring it to your attention. If you feel like we need to follow what we have, I just think it's cleaner if we appoint two now, and then that way, if we get 4 or 5 applications, then Stacy and Mr. Holmes or whomever we select can follow the process. But if you prefer that we follow what we have, that's fine as well. Just, what is your preference?
Madam Chair, I'm confused. When you say select two, you're saying select two to be on the committee? to
Yes,
select-
yes,
Well,
yes.
I think that's the chair's prerogative to
Yes.
select who she wants to be on the committee. Right, am I mistaken?
I think you're absolutely correct. As a matter of fact, that's in our procedures.
Okay.
The committees are selected by the chair.
And I apologize for the confusion, but after I looked at this, I thought, well, instead of going back and forth, I thought it was better just to put it out here and just do all of it at one time and all with one vote. Is that okay?
Yeah.
And we'll have Stacy and
I got elected.
Philip. Is that okay with the two of you guys?
Yes, it's
Then what we'll do is Cindy will keep everyone updated as we've already received one
Can't get rid of me.
application that I have passed over to Cindy this morning. So we will see if we get other applications in, and then we'll follow our process. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, with our amended motion, I've asked for RFP to be added for legal service. And I made sure that everyone got a copy of this item so that you would have an opportunity to review it before today. This is from a notice that I received that our legal firm, Tharrington and Smith, will resign their service effective June 30th of 2022. They have indicated that they will continue to be with us for any legal issues that we already have underway, or for additional issues that may surface at such point in time before the end of June. Should we, for some reason, not have a legal service in place, then they will continue to consider staying with us longer. I have an opportunity to follow up with them directly to see if they will continue to assist. And they've indicated they would if they needed to. What I have added also is a standard RFP, request for proposal, that is pretty straightforward, and it just indicates Moore County school systems and a bit about who we are. It also indicates the requirements that we are looking for. And what I would like to do is, I have indicated that the deadline for proposals be April the 22nd. That's on Friday, April the 22nd. I don't know if that's too soon, but I would like for it to be sooner than later so that we can get somebody in. And I have no idea who will get to respond, but I think we're already in April, so we're looking at only April, May, June.
Madam Chair, I think April 22nd.
Is that too
is
soon?
I believe it's gonna be too soon.
Okay.
Because you're gonna want to, I mean, there are probably only about 5 or 6 law firms, maybe in the state, who can take up this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
If we decide that we want someone who's experienced in school board matters.
Yeah.
We're gonna need to disseminate that to them. And I'm not exactly sure, and I'll ask the superintendent, how we do it. In other words, do we contact the State Bar Association? Is there do we contact the North Carolina State School Boards Association? Because I'd like to get those 5, 6, whatever law firms that do it, at least to know that we're interested in it. Or maybe we want a local attorney, in which case, maybe the person to consult might even be Misty Leland. I just don't know. But I would think that maybe we would want to get a proposal for our next board meeting, our next work session, which would be just a couple of weeks later.
So what you're saying, Mr. Levy, is the 29th, Friday, April the 29th, would be the last Friday before our work session on May 2nd.
If I may, though, I think, Mr. Levy, you saying 22nd is not enough time, or you think, is that what you're saying? I just want to clarify what he's saying.
I think it's probably not enough time, correct.
We certainly could extend it to the 29th. We just wouldn't be able to post materials to the work session agenda, because that'd be the end of business on Friday, the 29th. We could have those materials ready hopefully by Monday. But that's a tight turnaround to do that. We might want to back it up to Thursday, the 28th, if we want to have some more
That's fine.
time.
I mean, I'm just
That's
trying,
fine. Okay.
just trying to give as much time as possible
Okay.
for you guys over in the administrative side to
Right.
get the word out.
Yes, sir, and it's my understanding North Carolina School Boards has a listserv of any attorneys that are connected to education law in the state, so that can go out pretty instantaneously upon the board's approval today. I can work to make sure that gets out to the School Boards Association's listserv. We could also look at some other places to post this, whether we want to put it in the N&O, we want to put it in some newspapers, but I think those listservs are probably going to be the best way to get it out to those that are connected to education law in the state.
And I don't think you have to put it in some place like the pilot
Right.
or something like that. If there's a
No.
if there are bar associations, especially, maybe there's a Moore County, bar association, maybe you wanna send it over to these guys, and women. And maybe the State Bar Association. But, you know, I don't think I don't think law firms are looking for business
No,
in the
not in-
newspapers. They're generally
No.
advertising for
Yeah.
business in the newspaper.
So, Dr. Locklear, if we extend it to Thursday, April the 28th, and chances are that would be by close of business on Thursday the 28th, so that would give you and Cindy an opportunity to possibly compile along with myself, and then we could have something ready for our agenda by Friday when we post.
We do our very best, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then obviously there may be materials added, after we get it posted that we may be sending Friday afternoon, but at least we could have that on our work session agenda
Right.
with what we have.
And then at that point, the board can direct staff, myself and the staff, which direction you wanna go from there.
Okay,
If you wanna bring folks in, if you wanna, you know, et cetera. So
Okay.
there's options from that, and as the RFP notes, that's, determined by the board.
okay. Any other questions? So what we will change this to just be sure that we're clear that we will extend out, our RFP notice until that Thursday, by close of business, and then we will, I'll work with Dr. Locklear, to assure that we have information out to board members, from that agenda on Friday. And then we may have additional information, coming in over the weekend. So, any other questions, comments? Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we have our pending action and discussion items. First, we will have Moore County Education proposed budget for 22-23. Dr. Locklear, and board members, I've been asked to remind everyone that please speak into your microphones, whenever you're talking, just so that everybody can hear that's, looking at, us through the live stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again. And I'm gonna join Mr. Cox over here. I didn't want him to feel lonely over here, but I thought it might be more appropriate for me to join him, and so I could see the whole board while we're discussing your preliminary Board of Education proposed budget request to the county. As you recall, last month in March, Mr. Cox and I was able to present the superintendent's proposed budget for a request to our local Board of Commissioners. And so we're pleased to come back to you today based on your feedback, based on feedback we received from the portal with the revised presentation, and now transition that to your preliminary request for you to review, reflect on, and then adopt next week. If you'll pull up the presentation, please, Charlie. So when we talk about that request to our local Board of Commissioners, we're talking about that support of the district's vision, mission, core beliefs, and strategic domains of the district's strategic plan. And that's really what that local investment is supporting that core work of the school district. And in Moore County Schools, our vision, as we've noted before and shared, is that we will ensure that educational experiences inspire students to reach their full potential and lead productive lives in an ever-changing world. Our mission is that we'll create supportive, engaging, and safe learning environments that build knowledge, skills, abilities that are needed for future success. When we look at our core beliefs, we believe in Moore County schools, that successful schools are essential for thriving communities, and that every student can learn and succeed regardless of socioeconomic status, race, and ethnicity, that all staff are empowered to meet the diverse learning needs of our students, that resources are provided so students and staff of all backgrounds and abilities can be successful, that students should come to school and feel safe, secure, and cared for, that we're a partnership with students, parents, and community, and we're accountable for the education of our students. And as we've noted before, our strategic plan focuses on 5 domains: academic achievement, student safety, health and welfare, employee culture and capacity, parent community engagement, and organizational capacity and efficiency. And again, when we're talking about this investment, it's about an investment in our county's, one of our county's greatest resources, our education system, so that we can engage and inspire each other as a staff to engage and inspire our students towards success. So as we set up the Board of Education's preliminary budget, as we stated before, when we're talking about the county, this investment, we're talking about investment in our education system in the county of Moore. We were very fortunate to have a great education system in our county, from our community college to our charter public school partners, and to us also being one of the best school districts in the state. We're very fortunate, and this is an investment in that asset, and thus an investment to keep our economy thriving. Today, there's going to be 3 key narratives you're going to hear. Mr. Cox, in just a second, is going to give you a summary of the feedback we received from the online portal. He's going to summarize that with you. He's also, though this is not noted here, he's also going to take a couple minutes to dive into how he analyzed inflation when projecting our budget for next fiscal year. We're also going to look again at the impact of those fixed costs in our base budget. And that when you talk about fixed costs of salary, benefits, health care, you're talking about taking care of your people so they can take care of your students. You also hear me call it a base budget. That is based on your feedback. You asked for a little different term to talk about that continuation budget. Didn't particularly love that term, so we not that we're the most creative folks in the world, but we're calling it a base budget. That's our base budget of what we need to continue our operations. And you may have a more creative term for that you want to share today. And then also the estimated cost of those board priorities that you gave us feedback on last month. And so I'll turn it over to Andrew to sum up the feedback that you received from the portal and talk a little bit about projecting inflation.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, sorry. We did have, as we mentioned in last month's presentation, we did open up a web portal for community members to respond to the superintendent's proposed budget. We received 20 responses in that web portal, and I've got those broken down by category of response here. As you see, we received 3 responses who identified themselves as alums of Moore County Schools. All 3 of those comments mentioned supporting Connect Academy as a standalone school. And in one of those 3 responses, they included all the board priorities that were outlined as priorities of the board. 2 responses identified themselves as community residents. Both responses mentioned increasing staff pay, while one of them also mentioned the Connect Academy as a standalone school. We had 1 response identified as a current student, and their focus was on increasing funding for technology. 9 responses were identified as parents of current students of Moore County Schools. 8 of those 9 responses mentioned the Connect Academy as a standalone school. 2 of those 9 responses mentioned all the board priorities, and then 1 identified lower class size and higher teacher pay as their focus for budget. We had 1 response from support staff, or identified themselves as support staff of Moore County Schools, and their focus was decompressing the classified salary scale. And then we had 4 responses who identified as teachers of Moore County Schools. Of those 4 responses, additional counselor was mentioned in 2. 2 responses included lowering class size. 1 mentioned additional funding for assistant principals and exceptional children's program. and one mentioned the Connect Academy as a standalone school. So those were the responses that we received from the community in that web portal that was open from March 8th to March 18th. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, I will talk a little bit about what we used to determine inflation. There are a couple items in there that we have inflationary cost on, which has kind of been a topic of importance to the board. So just want to outline here, we did utilize Consumer Price Index, or the CPI. What that is, it measures the change in price paid by consumers for goods and services on a month-by-month basis. The actual, I'm blanking on the word, the actual,
Whatever.
yeah, the technical one that we use is the CPIU, which is urban consumers. They have several different ones, but that CPIU,
You're using the national rather than the regional, the Atlanta
well,
regional.
so they have regional ones, but they also have for like agricultural workers and so on. The CPIU, all urban consumers in all the United States, covers 93% of the total U.S. population. So when you take the other ones, they don't cover near as many populations as this CPIU does. So that's why we use the CPIU, because it includes all urban consumers, which it touches 93% of the U.S. population.
Okay.
And it is what they call a set determined basket of goods, which includes food and beverage items, housing, furniture, transportation, medical, recreation, education, and several other things. There was nothing that identified the specific item that they used when determining the factor that they use to determine the number, but the three largest components of that are housing, transportation, and food and beverage. And I will point out there is no data collection for rural communities or a CPI report that addresses rural communities. It's only urban, what they call urban consumers. So I want to go over some actual numbers and how we did this. I've highlighted in yellow a couple of numbers that we really want to talk about. So when you do compare February 21, which is this number here, the CPIU factor 263.014, that was in February 2021. When you compare that to February of 2022, that 283 number, it is a cost increase of 7.9%. But that assumes that you bought things in February of 21 and you're buying those same things in February of 22.
Let me cut in right here. That assumes that you're budgeting in February of 21, and now you're budgeting for February of 22.
It assumes you purchased those items in
Oh, no.
February and purchased them February 22. So when we look at budgeting, we have to take care of the whole year and the factor of the change from the beginning year to the end of the year. And you see they compiled that as a average number of 270.97, which is an increase from 258 of 2020, which gives you a yearly average total of 4.7% increase.
Now just wait a second. You're talking about month by month. So you're saying, let's say in January and February it went 1.8. Then in February and March it went 3.4, and the average of that. And then you take the average of that, and then you take the average of each month it goes up. And am I correct? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, so what it does, it takes each monthly change here is listed here. So the change from 261 in January down to 278 in December. So the average change was the average CPIU was 270.
Except for one problem. Inflation is exponential. So in other words, if you take 5% of let's say 5% of 5, and you say that's 1, as you say that's that's a half, or whatever it is. We take, if you take 5% and then you add another 5% the following month, it's not 5%, it's 5 point something percent is your rate.
So this actually takes the number, not the percentage. So you're factoring in the actual CPI number. I didn't say 1.1% plus, 1.2%, so on, the change to come up with 4.7%. It takes the total change, 258, compares it to 270.97, and it's 4.7%. And when you look at 2022, yes, they are large increases, 281 from 261, 283 to 260 from 263. But when you take the average, it's only 2 months to understand so far. We know that gas prices and different things are coming down, so it's probably not gonna have a significant increase
Gas
as
prices are
much.
coming down?
Where are you going?
Yeah, they are.
Yes, so they've been over $4 the last few weeks. They've decreased down to, I believe it's $3.70 in Sanford right now. So they are coming down. So I'm not saying that it's gonna, continue to decrease, but when you look at the average over a whole year, right now, it's only a 4.2% increase average over the prior year.
Here's my real problem. And I wrote this to the superintendent, and I'm sorry, it upsets me, okay? We are budgeting year over year. Inflation is exponential, okay? So you must deal with it year over year if you're budgeting year over year. You're not budgeting month by month. You're budgeting year over year. And no one knows really what's going to happen to gas prices in the future, okay? The real weird thing is, and I think if you really look at the CPI, I do not believe that gas prices are in there. I believe that that was taken out of the CPI, or at least weighted much, much less, about 30 years ago, okay? So the problem that I have with this is that you go to the county commissioners and you say, well, county commissioners, yeah, it says 8% here, but we take it month by month and it's only an average of so much of a percent. And so they say, oh yeah, okay. So why don't you make them tell you no? Okay? Why don't you go in and say, no, it's year over year. And we even think that it might be larger next year. And by the way, what I had suggested that we, if not hire somebody, that we get one of our people from a local Schwab or something like that to give us a prediction as to what they feel the CPI is going to be over the next year. But my problem is that we don't deal with our strong suit. We don't go to the county commissioners and say, hey, we need this because we're going to have, we've already had inflation of 7%, okay? And we don't budget things month to month. We budget things year to year. And there will be higher months and lower months. But it's not the average of month to month that we're looking at. It's the average over the year. Because we can expect that from our last budget, in fact, we know from our last budget, we know it for a fact, that there is a 7.9% increase in the CPI from the last budget to today. So we're already in the doghouse, and we're a year behind. So that's what we need. At any rate, that's my soapbox, and I apologize that it
I have a
gets me
simple
so
question.
much.
What are the commissioners using? They're working on their budget.
They're using the same analysis.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And I respect your passion on this. I do believe what Mr. Cox has done is that year budget forecast over the year. What has it been over the year? But I appreciate your passion on it, Mr. Levy.
Mr. Hensley?
Yeah, if I could just comment on Mr. Levy's observations. First is, these are annual numbers, right, just for clarity. These are annual numbers, not monthly. If monthly inflation was 4%, we'd be having a different conversation,
Right.
probably behind sandbags. Anyway, so that, just for clarification, those are annual rates. And we could sit here and discuss, does the federal government cook the books and how do they weight fuel and this and that? They do all that stuff. Look, the bottom line is our costs are increasing year over year, and they're increasing at an increasing rate. Gone are the days, the years of 2 to 3% inflation, so it's a big issue. And the problem with financials, as well, certainly, Ms. Thompson, the chair, would say, and Andrew and anyone else who deals with financials, is you can spend as much time, you can keep peeling the onion back until you don't do anything except peel the onion back and look at things different ways, and you don't get checks cut and all this other stuff because you're analyzing things. But the problem with our financials, and I'm not saying that we need to fix these, but we're not presenting the effects of inflation. And I'll explain why. We've increased our services. We've increased our services and we've increased our people. I mean, I know that we're down some people, but the point is, we've added COVID nurses and we've added this and that. So people look at it and they say, gosh, you have a $153 million budget. And they look at it and they say, last year you have whatever it was, 142 million. Well, gosh, that went up 7%. But we added COVID nurses through different funding streams and stuff. So what we don't know, or at least I haven't seen, is, okay, if you take what we had last year, how much more is that costing us? If you subtract out the things that we've added, how much more is that costing us? Well, that's the effects of inflation on us. And I don't know what that number is, but you got to choose something and go with it. And, the factors are, as you can see in our proposed ask, is, we have effects of inflation are listed in here. We have 3 categories of things that we're asking from the county commissioners. We have increase in pay for locally funded positions, and that's driven from Raleigh, their increases. We have things that we want to increase. We want to add a Cranes Creek counselor. And then we have things that we want to do, such as decompress the classified salary staff, which is really driven by Raleigh, so that goes in that bucket. And then we have the effects of inflation, right? So we have the effects of things that are foisted upon us by Raleigh. We have inflation, and we have then we have optional things that we want to add. Anyway, I have no point other than just make sure that that's clear.
Oh, and just one other thing. I think one thing to really look at, maybe in the future, is not the consumer price index, but the producer price index. Because the producer price index gives us the cost of building materials. And the cost of building materials is probably one of, I guess, I mean, you guys know it better than I do, is probably one of our biggest costs other than salaries and the like. The cost of a water faucet, the cost of a doorknob, a broken lock, things like that. And by the way, that's closer to 10% year over year. So, guys, be a lot tougher with the county commissioners because they're going to be tough with us. I spoke to one of them. He's going to be real tough. So we got to be tough back.
If you don't mind.
Sure.
So, right now, this is preliminary budget. We're here to get feedback. If you tell us to change what we're presenting, it's gonna be your budget. So if you want a higher number, if the board approves a higher number, we'll put it in there. We're presenting right now as a preliminary budget. Next week, you adopt your budget. Again, if the board all agrees and says this is what we want in there, we'll make those changes. So this is not our budget. This is what the superintendent recommended last week. We've modified it based on feedback that we received at your March work session and supported by comments at the during the public comment period at that the regular board meeting and the feedback that we received in the public comment. So if it's the board's initiative or board's will, please provide us that feedback and we will bring back a revised budget next week for the board to adopt. that you will present to the county commissioners.
I have one more thought. I would like to know what the commissioners are using for their budget for the different categories, for personnel, for this, that, and the other
Yes.
thing.
So we
It's
can't.
a lot easier to sell a percentage if they're doing the same thing. And I don't think we've ever approached the budget in using a percentage for these different things, the same way the county does.
Dr. Locklear may, I know he's had conversation with Mr. Vest. We don't typically know what they're doing on their budget. But I do know that the work session that we attended with them, they used the 4.7% talking about their salary increases.
Right.
They were applying that to salary increases, or that was I won't say that was the basis. They were presenting the CPI for the commissioners to consider when looking at cost of living increases for their employees.
So that's an interesting thought, because what they're doing is what's in their best interest. They're trying to negotiate and saying to their employees, well, we'll use this number because inflation really isn't all that bad, so we really don't have to give you an increase in your salary, okay? So, just because they want to be tough on their employees, oddly enough, inflation doesn't really affect us and our employee costs very much, because our employee costs are set by the state, and that's not, really doesn't go by the consumer price index. Our real inflationary costs are building materials, pencils, paper, and heating costs, and electricity costs, and transportation, and the like. So they're using a number that's in their best interest. Let's use a number that's in our best interest, okay? And let's justify that number. And let's be able to look them in the eye and say, guys, inflation is exponential, okay? And while you're using that for your employees, and we understand that you have to understand that we are more governed by buying things rather than wages. And by the way, we all know that the average wage rise is about, and this is interesting to me, so I believe the average wage rise is 4.7%, okay? And because inflation is 7.9%, the headlines read that wages are rising but not outpacing inflation. So I would like to know, if you can find out from Mr. Vest, I'd like to know whether the number that they're using is the average wage increase.
I can tell you they're using the CPI, and looking at that analysis, they did a pretty in-depth presentation with their board on that. So I'm pretty positive this is CPI.
Well, if it is, they're acting in their best interest and trying to keep their budget down, and I understand that. And our interest is to keep our budget stable, at the very least, is to keep it stable so that we can still buy the same doorknobs and faucets and tiles and things like that. And by the way, I was at Union Pines, and they're asking for a paint job, and they, by the way, they could use it. And that paint's costing more money. So, just my feeling.
Just one other point too. When they're working on their budget now, if they were adding additional employees, I mean, to me, that's a consideration, because we're asking for more. And, the analogy, if they're raising theirs a certain percent, the number of employees, then why should they expect it unreasonable if we're doing the same thing? To provide the
Understand,
same
and
services.
Mr. Cox and I both will continue to work. Certainly, I've been in conversations with Mr. Vest. I know they've got some additional work sessions in coming up this month on their budget. And I look forward to attending those and sharing what information I can to help the commissioners understand our position and where the board's position is. And also learning from them where they're heading. Upon the board's, as we'll say at the end of the presentation, approval of this budget, upon the approval of your budget next week, We'll then be presenting it on April 19th. So that's kind of how that will flow. But this next slide is just a quick reminder to the board and to our public. When you're talking about this investment and this request, this local request, you're really talking about the funds to support, when you're looking at school-age children in the county of Moore, 14,000 school-age children. When you're talking about 12,800 Moore County Schools students, and you're talking about, as it says here, about almost 1,300 of our charter public school partner students, you're talking about 14,000 students or so that these funds support locally. And so first, just wanted to break down for you quickly the base budget request, the estimated funding for fiscal year 23 for the base budget. You'll see two columns here. You'll see what I presented, Mr. Cox and I presented last month with the superintendent's proposal, contrasted with the preliminary budget request for the Board of Education. Any changes or differences you'll see in dark blue there, or that brighter blue. And the only one you see in this chart is with the charter school flow-through increase, which I'll note, and Andrew will talk about a little bit as he breaks out the budget in a couple more slides. But we'll walk through these very quickly. The preliminary request includes $200,000 for certified staff local supplement step, $50,000 for administrative staff salary increase to match the state increase, the local certified salary pay increase of 2.5%. Again, that's matching the state increase, $375,000. $1.2 million to support the compressed local classified salary pay increase to a minimum of $15 an hour, or staff's already making above that, 2.5% raise there. Remembering compressed, because all of our grades and classification of employees who are below $15 an hour, this minimum puts them all those grades at the same starting point. Brings them all up to that $15 an hour. That's why it's called compressed, or compression of the scale. But these funds also are there to keep the integrity of the scale past that $15, again, with that 2.5% increase. The charter school flow-through, an increase there from what was presented last month of $200,000 to $600,000. The reason that's increased is because when the overall request goes up from the school board, that per pupil expenditure goes up. And so that's why that request goes up and why that is $600,000 versus $200,000. Utility rate increases again remain at $100,000. Inflationary costs of supplies and materials, $100,000. And then the prior year fixed cost not covered by recurring revenue. And that's those fixed costs of past years that we've covered either through fund balance or ESSER funds. That's $1.4 million. So that revised base budget increase estimate is a little over $4 million.
Let me ask one question. I just don't understand. The charter school flow-through is going up 3 times, 300%. Am I correct? From 200,000 to 600,000.
No, that's just an increase. That's
just the increase.
That's just
Per
an
pupil
increase.
Yeah, of students.
So because
The
the
actual amount's 3
because the,
million or something, right?
yeah, it'll be over 3 million, and I'll get to that.
No, but I'm talking about percentage-wise.
Right.
So when you look-
It's not 3 times?
Yeah, it's 3 times.
It's three times, but our increase in our budget is maybe
So when you go from
4
per,
million, of which is not 3 times the budget.
That's where you see that impact there. It's a per pupil increase. And prior, when it was presented last month, the superintendent's budget, that per pupil amount was less. I think it was somewhere around 2,400, Andrew, if I remember correctly.
2,300
It was
is
12, a little under $2,400. So that's where that increase comes from 200,000 to 600,000, is that per pupil cost. And Andrew probably could talk about it a little more deeper than I can, but that's where that comes from.
I'm just amazed that it's 3 times. I mean, I would expect a small increase, even with the larger number of students, but I wouldn't expect it to triple.
But I can only speak to the math.
yeah, and that's when you look
Yeah.
at the number of estimated students times the per pupil amount for the total budget request. And that would come up to estimate 3.6 million. It was just over 3 million in the proposed budget last month.
Okay,
per pupil funding is from the state,
No, the per pupil funding is determined by
It's the
what the
local
county
side.
gives us.
local.
So,
Okay.
so the
this
part
is
that we have to give,
local.
yeah, so the part that we have to give the charter schools is based on the per pupil amount that the county funds us for current operations.
Okay, all right.
And so when we increase the request from, when we increase the request by over 3 million, we doubled our request, to the county. And when you look at the per student cost, you factor that into the total number of students that the charters are we're estimating they're gonna have, and that increased that flow through for the charter schools.
Okay.
Let me-
And so basically, we're already saying that we'll have an increase in the number of our students for charter as well as possibly for Moore County Schools.
Based, yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right.
Let me clarify.
And as we go along, I know that, we may be hung up here, but as we go along from slide to slide, we'll get to the point to where it shows your breakout, right, Andrew?
Yes, ma'am, that's
Okay.
correct.
It would be very simple if the commissioners would just approve the budget that we need for our students and not include all the other students. And then they could pay the other students. But if we had it just for us, then we would know what the per pupil funding was, and the commissioners would pay that per pupil funding for the other students. But it's not gonna happen. So if we don't estimate right, if we don't get the right amount for the charter schools, those are the services we're gonna have to delete.
Well, let me make one further comment, and I guess it's on point, or I think it's on point, you guys might not think so. Charter schools are going up and up and up in pupil enrollment. Somehow, spending $250,000 a year, which is what I estimate, on our information department, on our public information department. I don't see us getting the word out. And I believe our schools are better than the charter schools. I believe we offer more. And I believe overall, we do a better job, okay? But that information is not getting out. And I noticed that about right now is lottery time, okay, for charter schools. And I also notice that there's not a big publicity about choose Moore County because you get this better in Moore County schools than charter schools. We have to look at our public information, take a very hard look, spend a lot of money.
Can we just keep on the budget until we get the personnel thing, then we can talk about stuff?
I'm not
like
so
that.
sure it's personnel, I think it's.
Well, it is personnel.
Okay.
So,
I've said what I need.
So let's, Andrew, continue, please, and then we'll have questions at the
Yes,
end
ma'am.
of your
So-
presentation.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. So again, this is the estimated base budget increase, lower $4 million. The next slide outlines the estimated cost of the board priorities that we received. Pretty strong consensus from the board overall of including all of these priorities. Again, 2 columns here. The first, what was part of the proposed budget that Andrew and I shared last month, and then what's included in this preliminary request. Reducing class size in grades 4 and 5, again, $584,000 there. Establishing Connect Academy as a standalone school, the budget impact there locally of $140,000. Again, you're gonna see a little more about that request later on in today's agenda. A counselor at Cranes Creek, $80,000. Decompression of the classified salary scale, almost $2.8 million to decompress the local classified salary scale. Again, taking those grades and decompressing it and keeping integrity of the scale throughout would be an impact of 2.8. In projecting inflation and capital outlays, it's 40,000, and also that same projection with our digital learning fund of 40,000. That's a total of 3.6. And when you combine the two, the total requests, local requests to the Board of Commissioners from the county, from the school board in this preliminary request would be 7.6 million, almost $7.7 million. And so to break that down, as we talked about already and showed some of this, I'll hand it back over to Andrew to quickly go through that.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. As you see here, this is the total amount of funding being requested from the county, which does include our capital outlay and digital learning funds, $39,539,500, which is an increase of nearly $7.7 million. And the per pupil funding per student goes from $2,214 to an estimated $2,700 per student. This is a breakdown of how it will be for Moore County schools, charter schools. $34 million to go to Moore County schools for current operations. $3.6 million would be that charter school flow through. $790,000 for capital and $790,000 for digital learning, which is that total increase request $39,539,500. Further breaking this down into our local current expense fund, what we call our Fund 2, $34 million for Moore County schools, $3.6 million for charters. For local current expense of that money, $37,959,500. We also budget for fines and forfeitures that come in through the legal system and interest. So our proposed Fund 2 budget would be $38,439,500. And this slide summarizes the full budget for Moore County schools. The Board of Education next year, $86 million from the state in Fund 1, $38 million in Fund 2, $23 million in Fund 3, which is our federal, which includes our carryover in ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 dollars. Capital expense at $790,000. Our school nutrition program at almost $5.5 million. And our local operations in Fund 8 at estimated $3 million for a total proposed budget of $125,750. And I'll turn it back over to Dr. Locklear to summarize.
Quickly sum up this preliminary Moore County Board of Education budget request. Again, this budget request reflects the mission, the vision, the core beliefs of the school district to support our staff and our students, to engage, inspire them, and push them to success. It engages and enables us to be able to take care of both our base budget needs and continue to operate at the level that we currently operate, but also to expand those based on the priorities of the board, to support employees and positive impact learning and teaching. And as we've noted many times, this is not just a local request budget item. It's an investment in our community. It's an investment in our asset of education in Moore County. And by doing that, it enables to maintain the vibrancy of our local economy. The next steps in the process, as we've noted, you will adopt your budget next Monday. And we'll be looking forward to any additional feedback or any directed revisions to what's been presented today to you. And Andrew and I will bring that back Monday for your final approval. We will then be presenting this to the commissioners on the 19th. Currently, it's set for the county manager to present his budget to the county commissioners on May 17th. Public hearing be on June 21st, and then tentatively they are set to vote on their budget, the county commissioners, and adopt their budget for the next fiscal year on June 23rd. And certainly available for any additional questions or discussion the board may have at this time.
Board members, we've had several meetings and follow-up of our budget, and I think it was pretty clear and almost, I think it may have been at a unanimous point with us that we felt like that all of our key priorities needed to be included. And obviously, some of the key ones were staff raises. I think all of us agree unanimously that it's time to recognize our classified staff with salaries to the level that they need. We have not done that for years, and so we want to be bold with our budget this year and put that dollar amount for our classified as well as for some of our other key priorities that we agree, or some of us agree that we feel like we need. So are there any additional comments? We have this as an action item for our board meeting on Monday. And certainly, as you look through your materials this afternoon or within the next day, if there are questions that come up, if you would send those to myself and Dr. Locklear. If there are any additional items that we need to follow up on, we can do that. But do you have additional comments at this time?
I had one question. It's my understanding the federal government is not going to fund breakfast or lunch in its entirety for students next year. Is that correct?
At this time, they did not pass to extend the waiver that they had in place for that. I know Mr. Barath said, in talking with Ms. Lovelady, federal government still has options to do that. At this point, they have not, though. So we can't plan on it at this point.
I know that's not something that's been high on our list, but the option to have that free breakfast and lunch across the county has been very well received, excuse me, in the last year. And it's something I hate to see go away. And yet I know that in our list of priorities, it's not the number one item that would be on there. But I would certainly hope that perhaps our federal funding might see itself turn around a little bit and we can continue to supply food to all our students.
Ms. Caldwell, did you have something? Mr. Levy?
I'll save mine for Mr. Levy.
I do have one question. Dr. Locklear, you and I had conversed by email with regard to the bus drivers paying for their license and also paying for their, I think they have to have a yearly medical exam or something like that that goes along with their license. And that was a small thing. It was about, I think you estimated about $15,000 a year. You know, to a lot of people, that's a lot of money, but in terms of our budget, it's not a big item. It's an important item. Is that included in here?
It'll be included in the transportation budget and/or will be covered via fund balance if needed. I'm speaking off the top of my head here, but I believe license renewal is every 2 years.
I think that's what Mr. Anderson said.
Whatever.
So you're
it is,
estimating half of your workforce every year. So that's where that number came from.
when is that going to start before the next budgetary cycle, or is that just part of this budgetary cycle?
That's been implemented immediately.
Okay, so
We'll be
it's implemented
discussing.
even now.
We'll be discussing it with school bus drivers at our next transportation meeting with them in the last quarter of the year, talking about the process for reimbursement. It'll be a reimbursement process implemented immediately.
Great.
Okay, very, very good. That's it's a small item, but I think it's important for our bus drivers. Certainly important for that one bus driver who came to talk to us, and I still remember that. And I think it's one of the good things about public comments, that we sometimes get things which we don't expect, but are very, very important.
Any other comments? Mr. Hensley?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I have a couple observations and some questions and whatnot. First, to the food thing, just a clarification. During COVID, the federal government's always had a food program for free or reduced meals for socially disadvantaged students, right? So during COVID, they just made it available to everyone. So for example, if you lived in a mansion in a gated community, your children could get a free meal, correct? Where
Correct.
previously, they would have to pay $1.25 for this
based on
person living in a mansion, a gated community.
It's based on, correct, prior to COVID, it's based on free and reduced lunch application
Right.
process.
Yeah.
And a student can either get free or reduced lunch.
So
price.
for clarification, the federal government's going back to free and reduced lunch for low social economic students and families. And then the theory being that if you can pay for it, then you reach down, you pull the $1.25 out of your pocket and your student. So the lunch, the student lunch and breakfast program is not going away. It's just going back to pre-COVID, correct? Or
That's the
something
current
similar to,
status.
or something similar to.
That is
sir.
the current status, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. The second thing is public comments. It's always discouraging that we have about 23,000 stakeholders. You know, we've got 13,000 students who can certainly participate in our survey. We've got 1,800 or so in employees, and we've got, say, 8,000 parents, right? And we get 20 comments on our budget, which is 0.08% if my calculator is correct. So it's really just, they're just not statistically significant. I mean, you know, eight people in the cul-de-sac get together and say, hey, let's lobby for this, and there's your, you know, half of your respondents. And anyway, that's just disappointing, but they're really not statistically. I wouldn't gather a lot of conclusions when only 20 people out of 23,000 respond. So I would say everybody wants everybody. I don't care where you're at on the political spectrum, everybody wants properly funded schools. I've never talked to anyone who does not want properly funded, adequately funded public schools, but we got to make sure we spend it wisely, right? So just a couple things off the top of my head. I was taking notes as people were talking. There are some, as I've talked in the past, there are some no-brainers must-have that everybody understands. Everybody understands if they're properly educated and will fund the effects of inflation. You know, our school buses have to run. I use this as an example. Maybe the fuel comes from Raleigh, but, you know, we have to pay our electric bill, and if it goes up 15%, we have to pay it. Right? So the effects of inflation and the effects of the legislation on Raleigh and how they affect our locally funded billets. And also, as Ms. Thompson said, as the chair said, taking care of our people. You know, our classified staff were severely underpaid for a long time. And it's unfortunate that apparently there was a state law that set a $15 minimum wage for all state workers unless you work for the school system. Then there was no such minimum wage. And we're feeling the effects of that. If you do the math on what was presented today, so if you look at the per pupil funding, it's a 22% increase. That's going to be a tough one to swallow. So we have to be careful how we present it to the county commissioners. 60% of that is increase in pay for our employees, roughly. And all of that is either mandated from Raleigh, that 60% is mandated from Raleigh in the form of, you know, they're doing the state-funded billets, so we have to pony up the money for the locally funded billets. Or it is getting the classified staff up to a $15 an hour minimum wage in anticipation of the General Assembly doing that and decompressing the salary scale. I think the county commissioners are going to be very sympathetic to that. I think they're going to be very, very sympathetic because everybody wants their friends and neighbors adequately paid. Anyway, so I think those two are relatively easy to justify. The other, outside of that, our requests are actually fairly modest. We're requesting a counselor from McNeeds Creek. I would say that any additional people that you're asking for needs to be justified in the county committee. What's a counselor do? You know, why do they need this person? In the past, I can tell you there were disconnects between what the school board would say and what they would present to the county commissioners. For example, part of the strategic plan might have been, you know, reduce classroom size, but then the budget asked for more psychologists and social workers. I don't feel we have that disconnect this year. You know, we're focused. You know, we want to increase our, you know, the pay of our classified staff and whatnot. So anyway, the two other conceptual things. It would be nice to solve systemic funding issues with the local funding. Again, and I talked about this last time, I can't control what happens in Raleigh. We can talk to people, we can help to influence it, but we cannot do that. But we can influence and help and control what happens here. And I'm here to tell you that we do the per pupil funding with rates of increase tied to the effects of inflation and tied to what's doing at Raleigh. That is easy to explain, it is easy to understand, and it affects all of the chronic funding problems. So we should go back to the county commissioners and say, look, this catches our people up, but here's what we need going forward is the per pupil funding. I know we didn't discuss it much because I was out of town for 2 of the committee hearings, but that would solve the systemic issues, and I think the county commissioners will we'll certainly start talking about it. Our increases need to be focused. For example, I just use that as an example. If we want smaller class sizes, which I think everybody wants smaller class sizes, then we need to present budgets that have increases in teachers, not increases in social workers and other non-educational people. And then finally, as I said at the very beginning, everybody wants properly funded schools, but we have to make sure the spending is wise. And again, I think it would do this board well to show fiscal discipline, and by doing things such as a position review throughout the entire Moore County schools. I think that we do line item budget reviews, and we look for things to cut. And I've got a couple things off the top of my head that would free up probably 5 teachers, and I think a thorough position review, and I think a thorough line-by-line budget review would reveal even more teachers that we could free up. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Anybody else?
When you say free up teachers, you mean,
Free up
add
funding for
more
teachers.
add
Yes.
more teachers.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Correct. No. Correct.
Clarify
That was vague. That was, and I do have one question. Who's going to be presenting the budget to the county commissioners? Is it going to be the superintendent? Is it going to be members of the school board, or?
It will be, we will have some comments given all of our, I think again that we are all on board with what we're presenting. I would like for Libby to have something to say, and I've asked Bob, given his passion for inflation and where we are with those numbers, to have something to say. You're on our budget committee. I don't know if it will be the 19th. I don't know if you'll be available. But I would like for the community to hear from board members.
Yeah, and that's, I don't know the mechanics of it, how, whatever the chair, we can certainly talk about it, but I think the community deserves to hear from board members.
Yeah.
It is, we are the elected officials. At the end of the day, we're the people held accountable. And, Mr. Locklear and Mr. Cox can certainly present numbers.
Yep.
And, but I think we need to be there to answer questions for from the county commissioners.
That would be
Better
great.
figure
And
this
it's-
out. It's 19th at when?
It's on April the 19th at
5:30.
5:30.
5:30 is when the meeting
Is
begins.
whenever we will
Okay.
be at the courthouse for the commissioners presenting on that evening.
Better
So
calendar
if we can, Libby and myself, Bob, and David, since all of us are on the committee.
Did you say 4:30?
5:30.
5:30.
Isn't that right, Dr.
5:30 is when the
5:30.
meeting begins.
5:30.
We won't be presenting right at 5:30, but it'll
Yeah,
be close
yeah.
enough.
No, I
yeah.
want to be
Yeah.
there on time.
But we basically, I would just like, again, to just share, all of us, I think, are very passionate about our people, about our students, about our educational system, and I just feel that this is just a good time for the public to hear straight from board members, and so that we can publicly express some of our concerns. And so, so we'll go first, and then I will ask Dr. Locklear and Mr. Andrews for bullet items of their presentation. Next, we have our audit contract for year ending June 30th of this year. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am, and this is a routine item. Each year, we're required to get approval for an auditor. This is the same firm that's performed this work in the past. I think satisfactory, has done a good job for us, and I'll let Mr. Cox sum that up, and certainly recommend that we move forward with approving this contract. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, we are recommending the audit firm of Dixon Hughes Goodman, who have been with us for several years now. They do provide a great service to the district, especially my team, which in turn benefits the board. They help keep us out of trouble. And this year, they are proposing a $1,000 rate increase, which would be about 2%. So the Audit fee and financial statement fee would be $41,500 and $5,500 respectively. Again, like I mentioned, that's a $1,000 increase over the prior year for a 2% increase.
Thank you. Any comments, board members? This is typically something that we feel is needed just to assure that our dollars, we certainly have lots of confidence with Andrew and his team, and this just helps to true up and just confirm everything at the end of the year. So, any comments? Our next item is classroom internet activity management software. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. This is, again, we have always had for quite some time, we've had a internet activity management software in our schools. This is after review with the opportunity for some state funding that's come down that's for this purpose, and it's, I guess the best way to describe it is it's in an allotment that's a use it or lose it type allotment for this purpose. And so Mr. Eklund and his team reviewed and have a recommendation on this that I believe that is an improvement over what we've had in the past, and I'll let Mr. Eklund and the team there with Mr. Herring and Dr. Powers sum this up.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Locklear. This is just the PRC 192 was funding that was provided by the state for classroom internet monitoring, for cyberbullying and monitoring of student internet activity in the classroom. Looking at available software that would meet this need, the LineWise NetRef product would provide an improvement to the teachers and administration's ability to monitor student internet access, to control access, to keep them focused on what they need to be focused on, and even turn off internet access when appropriate in the classroom, and also to provide some reporting to do some return on investment analysis for the educational software that's actually in use in the district.
You said recording?
Well, what it does is it monitors the tabs that the students have open and then provides screenshots if needed. It's settings that can be turned on. So that right now we have a capability
Okay.
where teachers can just sort of watch what the kids are doing. This actually adds capabilities where the teachers can say, okay, you can only go to these websites. Or you know what, everybody needs to focus. I'm turning off the internet in the classroom right
I think
now.
that's great.
So.
And Mr. Eklund, on the summary, it indicates that we were allotted the $131,000,
That's correct.
and that was from what fund?
It's part of the, I think, the American Recovery Plan funds that were provided from the state to districts. So
Okay.
this is funds, this is a 30-month contract to run through the end of those funds
Okay.
to September of 2024.
I just wanted to make sure, and for our public, that we know where those dollars are coming from.
Yeah, this
So
is-
those are
this is fully
state-funded
funded.
dollars, okay.
Correct.
Okay, and it must be used for this purpose, is that what it's all about?
That's correct, that's
So,
correct.
so it's their money, not ours?
Correct.
Exactly.
Okay, and so we're not spending a dime?
Exactly.
Correct.
Makes it sound much better.
That's why I wanted us to know, and,
It's a
that,
use
that's
it or
all.
lose it type
Yeah.
Right, right.
Yeah.
And we've already received the appropriate state approval
Yeah.
for this product, but of course, because of the dollar figure involved here, this requires the school board
And they're
approval as
paying
well.
for all 3 years?
That's correct, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Mr. Hensley?
So if I understand this quote correct, the quote is only half of what our grant is. Is that correct, or am I misreading it?
That's correct. We requested and have allotted the entire amount of the funds. There's some other products we're looking at for other capabilities, so sort of student monitoring for self-harm and those kind of things are also things that we're going to be including in use of those funds.
So what is, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just thought you told me it was their money, not ours.
No, so
Are
Bob,
we spending money?
let me clarify. So we've got, if you don't mind me, so we've got a grant for 131,000. The first request is only 61,000. So the delta, you're looking for other tools that
That
we
is
can.
correct.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
correct.
Yeah. At some point, I would assume that Dr. Locklear and his team will come back and give us an update on what the other funding will
Yes,
be
yeah.
used for.
Either through the meeting or through
Okay.
the monthly updates.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Thank you so much.
Well, let me just ask one more. You chose this company, I notice, I mean, I don't really care that much since it's the state's money, not ours, and it has to be used for this purpose. Were there any other competitors?
Yes, we actually, we looked across a whole spectrum of products, reached out to other North Carolina tech directors on what their districts were using. This came as a highly recommended product. We also had a team of folks in technology and teachers, and the digital integration facilitator team reviewed. We had vendor presentations and said, you know what, this is gonna fit our needs the best.
Okay.
Okay.
I have a question. Mr. Herring,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been on board?
In this capacity,
Yeah.
I was brought in December 13th of this year. As far as Ward County Schools, I've been around since 2014.
Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome. I like that.
Any other questions? We appreciate it. Thank you so much for your update and all that you do to provide our students with the latest and best of our technology. Colleagues, at this time, do you feel you need to take a break? We're going to have a 12 o'clock lunch break, so can we keep moving
Keep
until?
Let's
okay.
keep on moving.
Okay,
Good here.
so next is, we have, an endorsement of Connect Academy as a standalone school. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Yes, we have Dr. Metcalf and a team here to give us a full analysis and recommendation around Connect, moving towards the Connect Academy as a standalone school for the next school year. First I want to open up by thanking this team because they've spent a lot of time doing a full analysis and preparation for where was our recommendation going to be going into next year. We have a school number, we can move forward with the board's endorsement, but we wanted to do a full analysis and background with that. I also want to say that this is not work that just happened as a result of the pandemic. This is work that we've been looking at really, and there's going to be some history shared today, but work that this team and others have been looking at since 2018-19 school year. But the pandemic, of course, spurred this along at a very brisk pace. And so the team today is going to give a little background on that, talk about the work they've done to look at the demand moving forward from our community and our parent community, and look at what this program is designed for moving forward. What's the appropriate student that would fit this program moving forward? Remembering that we really spurred this forward during COVID, and we needed to provide this for an option for any student, for any parent who wanted to have their student have a virtual option during COVID, because we're really required to do so. But it's not necessary to design for that post-COVID. And so the team's going to talk about that, I think, a little bit today. And talk about what the program looks like moving forward. With their staff is recommending we move forward, and I, as well as superintendent, is recommending that we move forward with the Connect Academy as a standalone school next year. So with that, I hope I didn't steal any thunder, Dr. Metcalf, but I
No,
wanted to make a couple key points.
I too am very appreciative of our fire team, as I am with all of our fire teams, but I do want to recognize one person in particular, take a moment to do that, and it's Mr. Jeremy Swafford. Jeremy is not only the assistant principal at the Community Learning School, Pinckney, but he is also our coordinator of the program, and he's done incredible work over the past 12 months, putting together what is now our virtual academy. So I appreciate that. I want to take an opportunity publicly. Thank you for your work there, Jeremy.
Thank you, Mike. I meant to say that. Jeremy, thank you. Thank you. And Jeremy Swafford, Assistant Principal and Connect Academy Coordinator. So, folks, I don't think our board has had the opportunity, all have had the opportunity to meet Jeremy, but thank you, Jeremy.
So our plan today.
Let me add, when he was at Southern Middle, and I substituted at Southern Middle, he came in and got the respect of a lot of students who wanted to mess over the substitute a little bit. So I appreciate his skills.
Thank you, Mr. Levy.
So now that we've got that out of the way, we have a three-part plan today. We want to share with you the background of the development of the Connect Academy, which really began 2017. We want to provide you an informational update on the current program as it currently sits, and then we want to share the plans and the vision for the next steps of the Virtual Academy post-pandemic, should the board approve us moving forward with maintaining the virtual option for the community. We'll start with Mr. Will.
All right, thank you all. So The next 2 slides, I'll be talking about what led up to the creation of the Connect Virtual Academy as it exists today. I'm showing my newness by not having my materials printed out. I apologize. So what eventually became the Connect Virtual Academy actually started before the pandemic during the 17-18 school year. Moore County staff had a growing awareness of portions of our community that were interested in school options beyond that of the traditional brick and mortar school experience. Conversations started internally about how we could offer choices to parents and our students of Moore County. One of the avenues that developed from that work was a fully virtual school option. Moore County staff began developing plans for an offering like that and piloted online courses created by Moore County teachers in the spring of 2019. With those courses in place, Moore County sent teams to visit others and observe other districts that were existing fully virtual schools to understand the ways they structured, ran, and funded their programs. And that occurred in the fall of 2019 and in the winter of 2020. So then, March of 2020 happened, and all of Moore County schools had to pivot to a fully remote instructional experience in response to the COVID-19 outbreak. During that spring and summer of 2020, Moore County staff accelerated their work so that we could offer a fully online school experience for those that would choose to remain fully remote beginning the 2021 school year. The Connect Virtual Academy was the outcome of that effort and has run as a program based out of the Pinckney Academy since that time. During the 2021 and 21-22 school year, the Connect Virtual Academy teachers, administrator, and MCF staff have continued to work to improve those offerings, the digital and distance instructional strategies, and the support systems that will lead to improved student outcomes.
Thanks, Will. Let's give you a little bit of a picture of the program as it stands right now. First semester, we had 605 students. Currently, there are 527 students who are in the program. 65% stayed for both semesters. It's a very diverse group of students. We have exceptional education students. We're about 56%, 55, 56% white, so almost 45% minority. So students from a wide variety of backgrounds. Next slide, Will.
What's the major grades that?
Well, we're going to show that to you right here.
Good
So
lead.
mainly high school is the great question. Great question. Appreciate that. That's right. That was not my foul. I don't know.
I saw you hit it.
That was not my foul. There may be some fouls tonight during the game, but that was not my foul here.
Preferably 5 fouls on the center for Kansas.
As you can see, both first semester and second semester, the majority of the students were from the high school. 292 in the first semester, 245 in the second semester. But we also have students in K3, 4, 5, and 6A, so that middle school also is a large number. Interestingly, we had 27 students that entered Connect that were not previously in a Moore County school student, and that does not obviously include the kindergartners who wouldn't have been with us last year. This is 27 distinct students who would have had the opportunity to be at Moore schools last year. 4 came from private schools, 4 came from charter schools, 10 were homeschool students the previous year, and 9 were from public schools, but not Moore County schools, so outside public school. And we had 7 who graduated, mid-year graduates this year.
Real quick, while we're on that slide, were any of the ones who were not previous Moore County school students, were any of them from outside of Moore County?
Yes, meaning the public
Geographical,
school.
yeah, were they from outside of Moore County geographically?
Like Lee County.
Right.
No,
So
they would be Moore County schools.
they're currently Moore County
Yeah, they're
students.
Moore
They would
County
have
school
moved into
students.
the area.
Yeah, they would be living in Moore County.
Okay.
So,
Do they have to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, a spin-off question, we have an opportunity possibly to have transfer students into the academy
From outside
from
the
outside.
county. Mhm.
Okay,
And they would
this
have
year.
to pay tuition to
Right,
do that,
this
just
year.
like they would with any school that
Yeah.
they had an opportunity wanted to attend.
You answered my question, that was my question.
Okay.
So staffing, we have 18 teachers who are fully teaching in the Connect program right now. 6 are assigned through our normal allotment process. 10 we're supporting through ESSER funds. We have one full-time EC teacher who is, we're using exceptional education federal funds for that particular position, and one full-time CTE position as well, also through the federal funding for the CTE position. We also have shared positions with schools. We have itinerant is a word we would use. These are teachers who may be teaching part-time in one school and then are also a part of the Connect Virtual Academy. We have 16 exceptional teachers, exceptional children teachers, who are part-time with the Academy. They're mainly working with the elementary students. The middle and high school exceptional ed students are with the full-time exceptional children's teacher. We have CTE part-time teachers 4, and then we have some more county school elective part-time teachers as well. There are 6 of those, and they may be teaching anything from French to Spanish or to visual arts, health and PE. That would be part of the elective part-time
And Dr.
teachers.
Metcalf, our staffing that we have, our teachers are comfortable and they are okay with being in this environment and teaching virtually. I mean, they
Great question
have
for
they.
Mr. Swafford.
I don't want our teachers to feel like they're pulled and they don't have a choice, so to speak. So our teachers are good and they're comfortable with being in this type of environment for.
So our full-time core teachers chose this. They
Okay.
applied, they enrolled, we interviewed a number of people to choose which Moore County's teachers would be the best fit. So yes, they are comfortable in it, they get training, whatever supports they need.
Okay, thank you. We know how difficult it was whenever we had to go impromptu through COVID and some of the challenges we had, and some of the teachers obviously were frustrated. They were having to dual, so I just wanted to make sure that our staff was comfortable and they chose to be in this type of environment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And as you know, in that movement, then we had teachers who were both doing face-to-face and at the same time were teaching virtually at the same time.
Right.
This is much different than that.
Right.
These have that virtual time built into their schedule, so they may have face-to-face the first 2 periods, and then their 3rd period would be virtual.
Okay.
And so they're truly an itinerant teacher, if that makes sense, going between 2 schools.
Thank you.
We do supplement thank you. We do supplement some of our classes through the North Carolina Virtual Public Schools. We've made kind of a change here. We're growing and learning. As you can see, in the first semester, we had 92 students taking virtual public school core classes. 223 were doing their electives through virtual public school. There are some challenges with that. For one, though the teacher is provided by NCVPS, they do not meet live with the students. They don't meet live with the students, and that is a difficulty. The other, it's a cost. For a semester course, it's $349 a student, and for a year long, it's $438 for each student. So as you can see, we've tried to reduce the number of NCVPS classes by offering them internally, contracting with our own teachers to develop and provide these electives, reduce the reliance on NC Virtual Public School. They meet with their students, support them. They do that outside of their normal instructional day, so they're contracted to do this beyond what they do normally. And it only costs us $203.77 per student. So we're able to reduce the cost, hire our own staff to do that. We have about 6 staff members who are doing that currently. So it's a great option for them, and an option that because they're living in Moore County, they're interacting with that student, they're doing some live conversation, we're offering, we believe, a better product than NCVPS is as well.
So I'm going to give an overview of how Connect students have performed academically this past school year. Before I start, I do want to start with the COVID caveats. You will see that we focused on this year of instruction due to the heavy impact of COVID instruction on all students over the past 2 school years. Even with the focus on this year's data, it is still important to note that currently, Connect Virtual Academy is open to all students, regardless of if virtual learning is the best interest of that child. So we do feel it's important to keep that context in mind when reviewing the data points. In K2, Moore County uses standards-based grading. Therefore, there's no way to compare student grades for comparison purposes. However, We do utilize M-class assessments in grades K2 and are able to compare student performances from the beginning of the year, known as BOY, to the middle of the year, known as MOY. Due to the change in student population at the semester point, this data includes only Connect virtual students from first semester. So while the Connect sample is small, for this school year, you can see that the improvement from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year performance on M-class shows that Connect Virtual Academy students performed just slightly better than their traditional peers, meaning they showed an improvement in overall M-class measures. When viewing the same data broken down by grade level, we can see that first grade Connect students far exceeded their traditional peers, where second grade students performed just under their traditional peers. Kindergarten students performed about the same regardless of the instructional method. Since we're looking at the current year's worth of data, we do not yet have EOCs and EOG performance data. However, for 312 students, grade performance is one of the indicators of student success. In order to compare student performance in the online environment versus the traditional classroom, we reviewed student semester performance in Moore County core classes. We did not include VPS. For comparison's sake, we converted the grades into a quality point where an A equals a 4.0, a B is a 3.0, etc., and then average student performance in all grades. What you see here is a comparison of classroom performance between traditional students represented in blue and Connect virtual students represented in orange. Again, it's important to note that this data is based on current student body of Connect, which is open enrollment. Moving forward post-pandemic, we can better ensure that students enrolled are ones who fit the profile of a student who can be successful in online learning. What you can tell is that while most Connect virtual student performance is below their traditional student, the trend performance by grade level is about the same across all grade levels. The three marked exceptions are fourth grade performance is the same, and it is important to note that fourth grade is Connect largest elementary population, so in the group with the largest student body, those students performed as well as their traditional peers. The same is true for 11th grade, which is one of the other largest groups in Connect. 9th grade students at Connect, which is the smallest high school group, did see a marked decrease in performance comparative to their traditional peers. In all honesty, we do not know the reason behind this, but several interventions have already been put in place for these students. It's important to note that this is a single data point and influenced by multiple factors. Therefore, while we can see a correlation in performance based on instructional type, there is not enough evidence to call it causation.
I have a question before we move on.
Yes.
Just where do they take their EOGs? Would they take it at a school or would they take it online?
So
at home?
currently, they take all EOGs and EOCs must be given in person, and they are taken at their domiciled school. So whatever their domiciled school of attendance is where they will go to actually test.
Okay.
If the Connect Academy does become a standalone school, the Connect Academy will manage the testing, but it will still have to be in person.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me.
And to your point, with regard to, I can't remember exactly how you stated it, but going forward, those students who, I'm gonna say qualify for Connect Academy, obviously there will be some type of screening process so that we know that those students will be able to thrive and be able to, not fall below where they need to be with
Yes, ma'am.
proficiency.
Mr. Swafford actually has a whole section on that, and it's
Okay,
coming up.
all right, thank you, thank you.
I don't want to take his money.
Okay.
Could you go back to slide 13?
Sure.
I know that y'all showed us the number of students that were enrolled in the whole
Right.
school. But knowing that, let's say you've got 10 students in first grade, and it only takes one
Yes.
to cause that drastic drop, just like your 9th grade score.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any numbers for how many children were actually, say, in the first grade as opposed to the second grade?
So I know how many were in the virtual. In the virtual sample, the kindergarten is 13 students, the first grade is 20, and the second grade is 21. That's the number of students who had a BOY and an EOY. I don't have the exact numbers from the rest of the population, but it would be the rest of the kindergarten first and second grade students. So yes, that's a very valid point.
Yeah, it is a good point.
Thank you.
And you said 9th grade was the smallest enrolled high school group
Yes,
as well.
9th grade has had 52 students in it.
So it doesn't take very many to cause a significant drop.
Yes, ma'am.
How physically do you do a high school with 52 students when they have to take, they might take all these varied subjects? or are you limited in subjects?
So we got a slide that's gonna go over that too.
Okay, all right.
Okay, carry on. We'll hold our questions.
Okay, thank you. So, to better understand our community's interest in a virtual option moving beyond the 21-22 school year, Moore County Schools conducted 2 surveys. One of the surveys targeted our current Connect families, and these are families who had a student in the virtual academy either in the first or second semester of this school year. This survey had 341 respondents. I'll be referring to this one as the internal survey. The second of the surveys went out to the entire Moore County Schools community. This had 265 respondents. I'll refer to that one as the external survey. Both of our surveys were promoted through phone messages, through emails, and various social media outlets. Okay, so on the internal survey, 96% of the respondents indicated that they were definitely or possibly interested in the continuation of the Connect Virtual Academy. We also asked the question, if COVID were not a factor, would your family still be interested in the Connect Virtual Academy continuing? And 92%, or 312 respondents, said yes or maybe. Keep in mind that many of these families may have multiple students that could potentially be in the Connect Virtual Academy. In the external survey, 55.3%, or 148 of the respondents, said that they were not interested in joining the Connect Academy. 27.2% said that they were interested, and 17.5% said maybe, totaling 117 families who had interest in the Connect Virtual Academy. Most of the individuals who responded to the external survey were not current families with Connect students. This potentially indicates broader interest in the Virtual Academy beyond those that are currently enrolled. Families in the internal survey listed a potential of 421 students across all grades that were interested in Connect. The external survey indicated an additional 245 or so students that may be interested in joining the Connect Virtual Academy in the future. Connect Academy could potentially see over 600 students.
As just a point of understanding, we have about 650 students in Northmore. Am I correct? So this would be very close to that number.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If Connect was not an option, was our next question. 49.8% of the students in the internal survey, which is 170 families, said they would return to their domiciled school. 171, or 50%, stated that they would seek out an alternative to Moore County Schools if Connect were not an option. The largest group would pursue a statewide virtual option. The next largest group, which is about 63 families, said they would pursue a homeschool option. So why do families want a virtual option? Many families still cited COVID concerns as a reason to continue with Connect. However, most families also stated that the flexibility that Connect provided and noted the quality of the education their child was getting as important reasons as well. Many families spoke about there being less distractions virtually than in-person learning.
I'm sorry, could you go back to that
Absolutely.
slide? I just want to test your prowess on hitting the slide return button.
Still getting it worked out.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So as you can imagine, the state does provide some guidance and some direction, some restrictions on virtual academies. Senate Bill 654 in particular, if you can go to the next slide for me, Will, does outline some. For one, our current virtual program as we currently have it, we could not exist beyond June 2022. You know, as currently It's a virtual option, but the students are at their home schools, their domicile. We have to have a school number in order to be able to continue, and it has to be a school until itself, if that makes sense. Thankfully, we did apply for a school number a year ago, and were granted that, although we didn't move forward with a self-standing virtual option at that time. So we have the school number available to us to use moving forward. There are 61 full virtual academies in operation across the state. We don't know how many of those are going to be able to continue with this regulation with the school numbers. We know that Chatham County has a K-8 program close to us. Randolph County has a K-8. And we're not aware of any programs in Hoke, Lee, Richmond, or Montgomery, just to give you a feel for what's around us right now.
Do you know whether they charge tuition?
I do not know.
Okay.
I do not know.
But if it's a branch of the public
Really
school, they
can't
can't
unless they were coming
charge
from
tuition.
outside.
Well, I'm talking about them coming from outside. I'm really talking
Coming
about
out.
competition.
Right, it'd be their discretionary admittance policy, that would be
Right.
different in each county. They have to apply, and we charge tuition here.
And
I'm thinking we should.
And just for clarification, on the second bullet up there, the 61 full virtual academies, those are being operated by public school districts?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And just to clarify, the tuition piece is capped at the local funding per pupil amount.
Thank you.
They also put together a working group to study virtual academies and make some recommendations. So there were a number of recommendations that we just wanted to share with the board as well. A couple of them are really important. One is that we're to require and establish a profile of a successful online learning student and establish a criteria, as you were talking about, Ms. Thompson, for continued eligibility to participate in virtual instruction. We certainly have already done that. The district should also have the authority to transition students to in-person schools and to ensure students in the most appropriate educational setting to achieve academic success. So you can move them in or you can move them out if they're not being successful. You just want to make sure they're in the most successful place that they can be. And obviously, the staff should meet the existing appropriate licensure requirements, so they would have to be certified in North Carolina, meet all the licensure requirements that we have. We currently have the school number, and they would require that as well, and that they indicate that under no circumstances should the state relinquish those school numbers that have already been provided.
I
So-
believe we have asked this before, but for those students, they are able to be involved with their domicile school for any trips, any type of after-school activities, sports, they
Yeah,
are a part of.
I think the athletics is the big one there, and
Okay,
yes, with
okay.
board approval, if you
Yeah.
were to approve that, these students would be able to participate in their domicile schools' activities.
Okay.
After
It's
school
coming up,
activities. such
page
as
29.
athletics.
Okay,
And
okay.
that's coming up too, because the.
Hold
the-
questions, they will be answered.
I'm sorry,
The
keep
next
on
section-
going, keep
No,
on
the
going.
next section that we really want to do a deep dive on is, Mr. Swafford will talk about the vision and the next steps for the school and what we see it looking like post-pandemic, because it is much different post-pandemic from the situation we're in now.
May I ask a
Mr.
question before he starts? Perhaps you know off the top of your head, but how many students do we have that currently are fully enrolled in one of the virtual charter schools?
There are about, I think we have about 40 that we're paying the two virtual charter schools. It's two state-approved virtual charter schools. I think it's about 40.
About 40. Did we reach out to that 40 to see if they would be interested in joining us in Connect Academy as
No,
opposed
but
to
that would be
remaining
part of our
charter?
marketing tool. That was discussed and would be part of our marketing as we move forward with board's approval to have this choice.
And could, I don't know if you planned on doing this, could someone include an explanation of how this will work with Blend Ed? Because it seems to me that our biggest student market is going to come from homeschooling. Now, I want to say, I support homeschooling and I support charters. Always have, always will. I believe that we're in competition with them. And I believe to be good competitors, we have to make sure that we have the tools to compete with them. And Blend Ed has always seemed to me to be a great tool, especially since you tell me that the majority of our students, or at least the plurality of students who are not choosing Moore County schools are not going to charters and are not going to private schools, but 10%, fully 10%, are homeschooled. So
Page 35, page 35, Mr. Lee.
Wait, let's
It's on
keep
here,
on-
it's
let's
on here.
keep on
Page
moving.
35. Let's
Page
move on.
We will speak about blend ed right at the
Yes,
end.
that's page
Happy
35.
to answer that question for
Page
you.
35.
Let's hold questions till the end. How about that?
Let me
Keep
set
them
up
in your
Mr.
head, lock them tight.
Let me let Mr. Swafford talk about the school as it will be designed post-pandemic. Mr. Swafford.
And I hopefully will answer many of your questions. So as the administrator working directly with Connect Virtual Academy this year, I've had the privilege of working with some amazing Moore County teachers. I'm going to give you a glimpse into the Connect Virtual Academy and how it is organized and how we're implementing the recommendations from the state working committee. The working group on virtual academies, as Dr. Metcalf highlighted, had a number of areas that virtual schools should be implementing in order to be successful. The good news is that the Connect Virtual Academy standards are either meet or exceed the recommendations. We have spent a lot of time this year syncing our process together and ensuring supports across all grade levels K through 12. Most of the teachers in the Connect Academy this year have also worked in the virtual world in the past, either with Moore County schools or with another North Carolina school system. This has allowed us to have a very strong group of teachers who have been able to buy into our current vision of the Connect Academy and what it can look like in the future and what virtual learning can look like in the future. Concerning infrastructure and technology, which is one of the highlighted areas for virtual academies, currently the Connect Academy meets or exceeds the required standards set by the working group. All students in the Connect Virtual Academy receive a Chromebook or an iPad in the case of K-1 students. The reason why K-1 students receive an iPad is because we want them using their fingers and they can draw on it and stuff like that. If needed, they receive a hotspot that helps them navigate the learning environment. These hotspots connect to the MCS devices automatically for ease of use. We ensure that all students receive the technology that they need to be successful in the virtual environment. We have processes in place that ensure that any broken devices are fixed as close to as possible. We try to maintain a 24-hour turnaround to get the device back to the students so that lost instructional time is limited, even if that means we have to drive it to the closest school for ease of pickup. Families have online support through the county's Digital Integration Facilitators, or DIFs for short. Teachers also work hand in hand with the DIFs to ensure lessons in the online environment run smoothly. At the moment, the Connect Virtual Academy has a DIF who works with our K-2 teachers, another with our 3-5 teachers, and one DIF that partners with our secondary teachers. These DIFs are experts in Canvas, Google Classroom, and other applications that are used to help facilitate learning in the virtual environment. DIFs not only support the teachers, they also support the families. DIFs will meet one-on-one with students and parents when a child is having difficulties accessing digital components of the classroom if the teacher is not available. This ensures that students do not lose too much active learning time because of technology issues. As we all know, time on task is crucial to the success of any child, and specifically in a virtual setting. We do not want technology to be a barrier to any child's success in an online environment. So this is our criteria side some of y'all asked about. As stated in past slides, during the pandemic, the Connect Academy has basically had open enrollment without a focus on what is the best placement for student learning success. The case for a virtual academy revolves around school choice and the ability to move past the pandemic and focus on giving students individual options that fits their basic learning needs. This would require a more extensive criteria-based enrollment process than what we have used in the past. Everyone in Moore County schools could apply to be in the Connect Virtual Academy. The decision on if they were allowed in would revolve around analysis of past academic success, recommendations from the domiciled school, reliable internet, and home learning partner who would work with the teacher to ensure the success of the student. This learning partner could be a parent, grandparent, college-age sibling, etc. This learning partner would be the point of contact for any struggles that a teacher was having with the student, and they could work together to troubleshoot any issues that might arise. Individual interviews would be conducted on an individual basis if students were coming from a homeschool environment, private school, or school from outside of Moore County, where some of this data or criteria we didn't have access to. The end goal is to ensure that the virtual environment is the best learning environment for each individual student. The Connect Academy is open to all students to apply to, including our exceptional education students. During the first semester, we had 106 exceptional education students working in the virtual environment. Second semester, we had 76 students who continued with us. These students have IEPs, 504s. Ms. Cordeck, who is our full-time EC facilitator, supports all of our secondary student service time and is the case manager for all middle school students. At the elementary level, we are currently working with each student's domicile school to ensure service times are met each day. Now, we're able to do that because elementary schedules are very flexible in the virtual environment. They're not tied to a specific schedule. They can do their schedule as they need to. So we're able to work with the home school to ensure that those service times are met each day. In the Connect Academy, we have support sessions in the morning and in the afternoon for any students in middle school who have specific documented needs in their IEP. In the high school, we have regular education teachers who work in the Google Meets with the EC teachers to support our high school students. In ELA, they do it from 10:30 to 12, and math, they do 12:30 to 2, each and every day in the virtual world. EC students receive similar supports as they could to in-person learning. Moving forward, the Connect Academy is ready to support all students who have IEPs or 504s. Personnel numbers when it comes to EC teachers are dependent upon the amount of EC students and their individual needs. So that's decided based on those numbers. Currently, the Connect Virtual Academy uses a combination of asynchronous and synchronous learning. One of the things that makes the Connect Virtual Academy unique over other virtual schools is that a student has the opportunity to meet with their teacher each and every day throughout the whole day. Many virtual academies rely on pre-recorded lessons and software programs that move students along in the curriculum. In the Connect Virtual Academy, you can visit our kindergarten class throughout the day and see Miss Deasy working in the whole group instruction and small group instruction with her students. You can come into our second grade classroom and see Miss Carter doing the Pledge of Allegiance in her morning meet. And later in the day, you can join Miss Gaines' lunch bunch group that she has with her first and second graders each day. In middle school, students have a full range of live core classes that they attend each day, just like they would if they were attending school in person. You would be able to drop in to Miss Cox's science class and see her doing a virtual experiment on thermal expansion using a brass ball, rings, and fire, but she's doing it at home. So it's not our liability, okay? You could join Miss Broman's ELA class, where she is helping students in breakout rooms analyze different reading passages based on their individual reading levels. In high school, you could join Miss Lynch in her chemistry class, as she uses a program called Pivot that allows students to do virtual experience. They can manipulate the different aspects of the experience virtually. In elementary and middle school, students who are struggling have access to intervention blocks with their teachers to receive one-on-one support if they need it. In high school, general support sessions for each subject are run throughout the day by block, block 1, block 2, block 3, just like a high school in-person would have. In high school, we offer a full range of classes that allow all students to take subjects that interest them and guides them towards graduation. Connect High School students have access to their core teachers on a daily basis in support sessions or bi-daily basis in class-specific sections, where teachers will have active class time for students to participate in subject-level discussions with their classmates. High school students have access to a full range of AP classes through NCVPS and can take classes through Sandhills Community College. The Connect Academy this semester has fully implemented the MCS electives that are taught by MCS teachers. Teachers who teach the MCS electives do so after their teaching day is done, and they are paid an extra supplement for their efforts. The goal of the Connect Virtual Academy is to create an atmosphere where teachers can build personal connections with each individual student We strive to do more than put students behind a computer and just sign them into a software program. We look to duplicate best practices of in-person learning while maintaining the flexibility that a virtual school can provide. Flexibilities like the ability to offer more small group instruction at the elementary level than you would see in an in-person class. They actually have more time to do that small group instruction. The ability of students to still participate in their classes if they're traveling with parents. I have kids who go to California, Canada, Mexico, and they're taking classes still. And they're talking and showing us pictures of the beach and stuff. The flexibility offered in virtual environment is one of the most important aspects of the program that families identified as their reason for wanting to join Connect. I would also like to point out that with board approval, as Dr. Metcalf talked about earlier, that the NCHSAA says that students in Connect will be eligible to participate in athletics at their domicile school. This creates unique opportunities for Moore County families to continue to participate in virtual learning and extracurriculars at their school, too. In the Connect Virtual Academy, we feel that communication is the key component to the success of a child in virtual learning. In in-person learning, a teacher can engage a student in the classroom they are struggling because they are physically in the room next to them. If a kid's talking, you can walk up to them and say, hey, calm down. In the virtual environment, we can't wake the kid up. So the communication between the parents and the teacher is crucial in that environment. So in the Connect Academy, we have looked at engaging students in different ways. It is crucial that the teacher and parents stay connected quickly if a child is struggling. In the K-5 classrooms, all teachers have their families connected to their child's classroom via Class Dojo and Google Classroom. In our secondary classes, they are connected via Remind, which is a texting service, and their Canvas. Families of all grade levels can access their students' work and grades 24/7 through the parent portal. The administrative team also works hand-in-hand with counselors and social workers to ensure that contact is made and supports are given to any families of struggling students. The administrative team does bi-weekly grade checks and quarterly evaluations for students who need extra supports. The interventions are assigned at all grade levels if needed for any struggling student. However, as we previously discussed, if a student is still not successful in the virtual environment and interventions are not working, they still have the option to return back to in-person learning. In the end, any decision made is done in concern with what is the best learning environment for the student.
So to talk a little bit about the budget needs of the Connect Academy as a standalone school, you saw this first portion or part of this first portion in the proposed budget from Dr. Locklear and myself. The $140,000 request will cover admin, assistant, tech support, and a counselor for the school. The staffing will be covered by the normal staff allotment process. And the funding that comes from the state for teachers, or where finance determines their best place based on the years of experience. But it's through the normal allotment process for that. And then as it mentions here, the principal, as it stands now, the way the law is written, we will be eligible for a principal provided that there are 100 or more students in average daily membership, and there are at least 7 state-paid teachers assigned to that school, which, based on proposals, we will meet that requirement. So we do anticipate getting the principal being covered through the state allotments. Additional money we have down here, we kind of listed ESSER as the funding source, and we call it seed money because the intent of the Connect program is to be self-sustaining after it gets up and running. So about $100,000 needed for virtual programming as seed money, and then about $8,000 for subscription, so a total of about $108,000. But you'll see here, the last note down there is Dr. Metcalf mentioned we had 27 new students that were not part of Moore County Schools previously, which will be included in the ADM and funding that the state gives us for this coming year now, which is about $189,000 in additional funding that we didn't receive previously. So we anticipate the new students that will come into the program will ultimately make this a self-sustaining program where we won't need to use resources from other places once the Connect Academy gets established as a standalone school.
So as you can see on this graphic, if the board approves us moving forward with this option choice for families, we would have 3 options available to the community. The traditional, those would be for students who learn best face-to-face, need that daily social interaction with their peers, maybe enjoy the specials, the electives, some of those non-core classes that we're not able to offer virtually, and thrive on that daily struggle of being in school. It's a traditional option for parents. The blend ed option is for students, they're not there on the right, for students who learn well both face-to-face and virtually. They are supported by their families, and they're interested primarily in extending their homeschool curriculum. So they may take 2 homeschool classes, but really want science and math. They get that opportunity to extend that in the blend ed. At the elementary, middle, and high school levels, we have those programs. And then virtual for students who really are motivated, learn well independently, very computer literate, work best at home, have the ability to communicate effectively online, and need that flexible scheduling. Parents are comfortable with that flexible scheduling for the family. 3 options for our community that we think blend very well together. And we're open to any questions that you may have.
Are there any repercussions to a student that is not performing well or something of that nature? Whereas if they are not performing very well, they would be sent back to? Yes, so we have an off-ramp is what it's called. We at the semester time, we definitely look at all grades to ensure the student is being successful. If they're struggling, as you say, they're going back to in-person. If a student has stopped showing up in the middle of the school year, they're going back to in-person learning. So they have options. The child has the choice to continue with us if they're performing well, you know.
But we're providing much support throughout the course of that semester to try to ensure their success.
Yeah, it's not a one-week thing. We provide supports on a daily basis to the child.
Have we developed, I know that obviously this will have to be approved, but what are your thoughts with regard to applying for this program? What would be like our tentative dates or timelines, or have we looked at that with regard, because you would have to apply for this?
We already have the school number. So
Okay.
it's, in actuality, we just need to notify
Okay.
DPI that we've opened the school, that our board has approved it.
Okay.
And we would be able to begin our marketing process for it right away.
Okay, and my second follow-up question to that is, I know that we have a time frame. It may already have passed, but I think it's like February, to where our students who are outside of Moore County, who wants to transition to our Moore County schools, they have to apply for a transfer and go through that process. Would we have an opportunity for those students like that are living outside Moore County, and they want to get into our Connect? Would they be eligible for like a transfer type?
We would open up the enrollment process for those students
Okay.
to make that available to them.
Okay.
Tuition, of course, would come along with that.
Absolutely, it would be whatever our per student funding. Okay. Mr. Levy?
Well,
Yeah.
just one,
Oh,
just
go.
one clarification of Chair Thompson's comment. So if a student from an outside county enrolls in our virtual academy, we get their state portion, is that correct?
No.
We get their state per?
So we wouldn't initially,
Right.
but then after they are in, it would flow to us as ADM,
Well,
because it would be part of our ADM.
So we get obviously, we don't get their county funded
And that's,
portion, but
that's
we
why
get
they would
their-
pay the tuition to cover
That
that.
count-
That's why the
count.
tuition is the county amount, to cover the county amount.
So let's talk about that for a minute. And so, in an ideal world, which we do not live in, right? But in an ideal world, the county portion just pays for facilities and the state pays for the education, right? So, you know, Ms. Thompson knows what I'm gonna say. She's sitting there anxiously awaiting me to say it. So why, you know, assuming we go down this path, why would we, if we got the state portion of the funding for out-of-county students, why would we charge them anything? Because, you know, they're not attending a brick and mortar school, which is what, you know, the county funding is supposed to be.
And in answering that question, I hope you'd say, what is the cost of a student going to this thing, which seems to me to be minimal versus our ADM, which we report at the first of the year anyway, so we should get that money at the first of the year.
Funding flows a year behind. But I can't address the portion about charging. That's something that the team would have to discuss and be part of the.
Yeah, I could,
Right, but to be clear, if we got one or more students from out of county to attend, really our brick or mortar school or the Connect Academy, we get their state funding eventually the following year, correct?
the state always funds based on where your ADM, they make their projections based on where you were the previous year.
Right.
So that's why we always say that follows a year behind for that return on investment, so to speak. So you're correct, we do get that funding eventually.
It's based on day 20 or day 40, depending on which one is higher. And so we do two reports, principal monthly reports that give those numbers, and then that's what's used for the financing.
And then DPI does a projection. If that projection is higher than our actual, we get funded on the projection. If our actual is higher than their projection, we get the actual.
Mr. Levy, did you have another
Yeah,
question on something? Okay.
I did. I just want to add to what's been said here on the ADM. By the way, aren't there a lot of virtual academies that don't charge tuition in the state? Or am I incorrect?
So you have two approved virtual schools, and they are traditional schools, and they do not charge, just like we do not charge for our regular education.
Right.
But
Those are charter schools.
those are
Two public
virtual charter schools, correct.
Yes,
They're getting the state supplement. They're getting the
Correct.
state per.
correct.
per
They get
student.
state
Right.
funding. but-
Right, they get state
correct.
funding.
And they're both very low performing, if I believe I'm correct in that. They've had major challenges at meeting state
Yeah, I can't speak to the
expectations.
exact, but yes, I know they report to the state board and I believe General Assembly each year, and their academics are below.
Academically, they're both D-rated schools, the two charter
Thank you.
schools.
So,
That's
so,
the-
Yeah, we wouldn't charge tuition for our own school, for Moore County school students.
well, I'm
who
actually
live in the
talking
county of
about
Moore.
students who are out of Moore County to raise our ADM. Because it just seems to me that if the ADM pays for the students, okay, that we don't need to charge tuition and we would get more students because we would have a superior product. That's, yeah.
Well, that's, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, but you'd have to consider, we do have a fair number of locally paid teachers, and for every one of those children you bring in from another county, and I'm not against bringing them in, but you also have to realize that then stretches a little bit further the teacher-to-student ratio within our county of those county-paid teachers. So that's the reason we charge tuition for students that come in from out of county into the regular brick and mortar classroom.
And-
Just as you,
But we
Just-
still get paid by the state for the
You-
teachers
Right.
at
But-
the Connect Academy, right?
but no,
Not
I
all
mean,
of
you get that allotment, but if extra EC teachers say are needed or extra,
Well, you would get the EC allotment.
well,
The
but
state,
that's
state
not
fund, state funds core teachers. So
Core
anything
teachers,
outside
but-
of core teachers, have to be made up somewhere else.
But we're, you know,
and-
we're already concerned about class sizes for 4 and 5, grades 4 and 5.
Yeah, I'm
So, you know-
very concerned about that. I just,
our locally paid teachers help us cut those numbers somewhat, and so when you don't charge the students coming in from out of district, then you're stretching those teachers even thinner. But you also have to consider the use of laptops, the IT support, the hotspots, the things like that would also be supplied through the Connect Academy that would be locally paid items.
And if it's something the board wants to think about, I'll offer this, that the per pupil amount that we have to pay for those two charter schools is set at $790, as opposed to the full local per pupil amount. And so it could be something that the board considers to reduce the amount, but get something from those students coming in from out of county, as opposed to the full local per pupil amount.
Okay,
Let's
let me-
follow, let's do
Dr.
this.
Lucklear wanted to say something. He's been waiting
We
patiently.
have, does anybody have any additional questions with regard to our presentation?
Can Dr. Lucklear say what he wanted to add?
Yeah.
I was only gonna offer clarification that that's part of our discretionary admission policy and practice through the transfer process that, Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman's office manages. That's usually open in February, that we'd reopen if this school was approved. If the board had strong, passions around looking at a lower, for virtual, looking at a lower, tuition, like Andrew mentions, we'd have to get that through policy pretty quickly.
Yeah, and that's
Which we do
where I
have a
was
policy
going.
meeting in April, and we can
Yeah.
look at that.
Yeah.
But the first step is to actually approve this.
Yeah, that's where I was going, is let's finish and try, we need to determine if this is something that we want to vote on next Monday. And then once we vote, then we can visit, whether or not we feel like we need to adjust our cost,
On the
from
virtual,
folks coming outside of the community.
It would
Mr.
be nice to
Dennison?
know the difference, if they're paying and then not paying.
Yeah.
Did it really add students? Do a
Yeah.
pilot program or something, or ask, I don't know.
Yeah.
How you find out.
So I
Okay.
have a couple questions. First, while we're on this slide, and something that would be very helpful is now we have different categories of students, right? We have traditional, we have virtual, we have blended, and then we have homeschool students and we have private school students. And all of them, Moore County Schools, we make some of our services and facilities available. It would be nice, this is just an administrative comment, it would be nice to have a matrix that shows each one of these types of students, and then the columns have services that are available and facilities that are available, such as, in-person instruction, remote instruction, athletics, non-athletic extracurricular activities, access to facilities, access to lunches, and then just have a yes or a no whether each one of these students, and just have a quick reference chart. That would save, we have a lot of information on our website. We have lots and lots of content on our website, but sometimes you just need a quick reference sheet. If we could go back one slide, please. So, I think there's a typo on the executive summary, because this right here, this $140,000 on the estimated cost, on the executive summary, it says $140,000 in state funding, but then we're also asking for $140,000 from the county. So, are there $240,000, or is this county funded, or is this state funded?
That's a
or-
typo.
It's just the 140 for, in the budget request.
For low, in the budget,
Yeah.
request. Okay, this is a typo, then that.
Thank you for catching that, thank you.
So one thing I want to clarify with Mr. Metcalf, did you say that 10 of these positions, the teaching positions, are ESSER funded?
Currently, 10 of the positions are ESSER funded. There's 18 full-time, 6
Right.
are allotted. 10 are from ESSER funding, and then the 2 others from federal funds for CTE and EC.
Okay, and when they talk, I hate this term, but when they talked about the fiscal cliff calculation, those 10 teachers are in that fiscal cliff calculation?
No, sir. No,
Okay.
sir. There's a reason we had to be creative in how we funded it this year, is because it's attached to every school, and you weren't able to have a true allotment process of, we have this many kids in this school, we're able to allot this many teachers, because it divided up the kids where you may only pull three kids from one school, but you need a full teacher teaching first grade, if you understand the
Right,
analogy
understand.
I'm making. So we had to be a bit creative, and I'm speaking to this, Mike, because I was working the plan
Yeah,
back at
yeah.
that point. So we had to be a bit creative with how we funded our teachers at that point. That's why we used some ESSER funding and some other forms of federal funding to support that.
Okay.
But moving forward, if this becomes its own school, we would use our allotment process, as Andrew mentioned earlier, where if you have so many students, you're allotted this many teachers.
Okay, so, very complicated, right? And one thing I know that makes this nice, I hear a lot about class size and, how the state says, well, you need to have, we fund 25 students per class, but that's not how the classrooms line up. Some classrooms or some schools have 12 students, some whatever. Well, a good thing about the virtual academy is you can make your class sizes whatever size you want, so you can make them ideal, the student to teacher ratio. So if you wanted to, you could get that right where it's funded. But that was my initial observation. But when we create this, based upon what I heard, when or if we create this, we could be adding additional teaching positions to this fiscal cliff. We don't know what the impact of this is going to be, because these are not students that we're gaining. These are students that we're there's some that we're gaining. We hope to gain some. But I'm trying to think how to articulate this, because we have X number of students, we have X number of teachers. Right now, they're in this, and we're counting these teachers, but they're not funded, but they're coming from the general pool. So I don't know, I got to think about this for a while, which is why we do.
I think I would predict it to be it'll be cleaner.
Yeah.
We'll have a cleaner allotment process with this being a standalone school. I'm also not gonna say that we won't end up having to look at 2 or 3 additional teachers to support the Connect Virtual Academy. We'll be honest about that. Part of why we overall in the base budget do look to project some additional teachers for next year. But I would say that I think it would be a lot cleaner when it's a standalone school and its own school.
I can tell you this, I did the math. There's 527 students. I think I used the second semester, which is a 31-to-1 teacher ratio, which is probably pretty close to what we have school system-wide, maybe?
It varies greatly depending on the grade level.
Well, I have the grade levels broken down too.
Okay.
So overall, it's 31-to-1. This is just using full-time teachers. This is not using any part-time equivalents. So this is just to share with my fellow board members. If you do the math, just doing full-time teachers, it's a 31-to-1 overall ratio, not using any part-times. The elementary is 19-to-1, which seems kind of in line. The middle school is 32-to-1, and the high school is 61-to-1. So if you want to look at it from a pure fiscal standpoint, the teacher to student ratios seem pretty in line with what we're doing now, maybe a little high, which would be good from a fiscal thing. But I'd like to see a whole budget is kind of what I'd like to see, because what we have here is we have the delta of the estimated cost. I would just like to see a budget for the, just like we did the other schools, Mr. Cox. I'd like to see a budget for, X number of teachers here, the facilities this, the electrics this, the software's this. We've done it for the other schools, so I'd like to see an entire budget for the Connect Academy. I think it's going to be in line with what we're doing with other schools, but I'd like to see it.
Any other comments?
I just have one question. Blended, administratively, is that together with Connect Academy? Or administratively, is it costing us, I don't want to say another school because it's not another school number, but another group of administrators?
No, sir. The plan, I think, if this is approved, would be for the principal, the state-funded principal, to also be leading the blend ed program. So it's all condensed under one house, if you will.
Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you.
Any other comments, board members? This is exciting. And obviously, a lot of work and effort has gone into getting this all together. I've actually received several phone calls from parents who are saying, please keep our academy, my student is thriving. And from a different parent that says, my child loves their teacher and don't have to worry about, I'm just gonna be transparent, no more bullying. So there are lots of different reasons why parents choose to go this route with their children's education, and I'm thankful that we have an opportunity to give them that. So at this time, we are going to take a lunch break, and we will come back. We'll do 30 minutes, so we'll come back at 5 after the hour, 1 o'clock. Thank you. We're going to call our meeting back to order and get started with our next agenda item, which is out-of-state field trips. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. We were just chatting during lunch that, it's been over 2 years since we've had the opportunity to bring the board an opportunity to review an out-of-state field trip prior to the pandemic hitting in 2020. And this is one that we're excited in general to be getting back to some normalcy of bringing these back to you. But this is one we're all very excited about. Our Northmore Theater group competed at the state level and have a contingent of students who have qualified to compete at the national level in Bloomington, Indiana. So I'm going to let Dr. Powers reacquaint us with the process and how that works. And there is a process of filling out expectations of going on these trips that's first approved at the school level and then comes through district level administration before you review it. Dr. Powers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. And, as we shared in our COVID update this morning, as of March 21st, our principals were made aware that they could once again request out-of-state travel to be brought to the board for your review and approval. And it's great timing with our Northmore Theater group and their recent victories at the state competition. So Northmore is seeking to travel out of state with their theater group to Bloomington, Indiana to participate in the International Thespian Festival. As a reminder, their theater students were selected to represent North Carolina at this event by winning both the one-act and duet acting categories during state competition. Students will compete against other high school theater groups from across the country and will also attend master classes in acting, tech theater, dance, and singing. In addition, seniors will have the opportunity to audition for universities from the U.S. and other countries, and the trip is planned for June 19th through 25th, 2022. As we have done our prior process for submitting these requests, the school fills out both travel tracker document for out-of-state requests, which goes to our transportation department. But through our past experience, that document is sometimes it's not the easiest to read, and you have to look for information. So we created our own document. So as you reviewed the supplemental materials, you've seen both of those. You've seen the document that kind of lays everything out in summary form for you, as well as the travel tracker document. I'll also add that, as pleased as we are to be able to consider these trips again for our students, we do also have to take into account that COVID is still there, and that is a possibility that it may affect someone as a part of the trip. So we're asking schools to submit a plan for how they would care for students in the event that someone were to become COVID positive, and also how they would return them home, if they were to become COVID positive. So in this particular instance, the International Thespian Society has their own set of guidelines that they put in place, and that's included in the supplemental materials as well. They are staying on the campus of Indiana University, so they are making arrangements if anyone were to become COVID positive, they would be separated, isolated in a room of their own, with their own bathroom, until such point that they could be transported home by car, would be the plan for Northmore in the, again, unfortunate event that it has to happen. So I'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Powers. Board members, questions? Okay, we will move to our next agenda item, which is our final upset bid for the Old Aberdeen Primary School. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Baraff was unable to be here today, so I'm going to fill in with him here, but I do believe this is pretty straightforward. I'm bringing to you just an update that we have reached the end of our upset bid process for Old Aberdeen Primary School. As you recall, that initial process fell through. It was reopening for upset bid in January. That came to an end in March, with the final offer being submitted by Drain the Swamp LLC for $400,000. And of course, this sale is not final until you as a board were to approve that purchase contract. And you may accept that offer from Drain the Swamp or reject it and open it back up in some way. This proposed property sale contract to Drain the Swamp LLC contains a 15-day due diligence phase, followed by another 15-day period for closing. Should the board accept the contract, we'd be able to close on May 11th, 2022. So I'm certainly will answer any questions I can, or may need to refer those to legal counsel or Mr. Baraff to follow up. So
I asked John before, but he didn't get back to me yet, but I asked him over the weekend, so I haven't checked my email. What were the setbacks of that property? I can't remember offhand because we went through so many.
there is an attached property to the
Is there?
contract.
Okay.
There is a attached property
In the contract?
description, but I don't know if that's going to give the information you're asking, but I'll follow up with John on that and get that back to you, Ms.
What do you
Caldwell.
mean by the setbacks?
As far as like, cause I remember there was like, it was, zoned differently, and there was something else. And I can't really remember, cause I might have been getting it confused with the other one, so.
Here's kind of what I remember about it. I did not read this to refresh my memory, but the appraisal was contingent upon it being zoned, upon it being
That's right.
eligible for this federal housing program. But because of proximity to grocery stores and stuff, it was not deemed to be eligible for that federal program, which lowered its highest and best use at the time, right?
Mhm.
And
Yeah, I do remember that.
and I remember that. I don't think the zoning's changed.
Okay.
The one thing that I would say is I have, because, you know, I own property on 211 further down. I have looked at the widening of 211, and to the extent that this is relevant, you know, the widening of 211 is fully funded. The widening of it from Aberdeen to Rayford.
Mm-hmm.
That's fully funded. They're buying the right-of-ways up now, because I've gotten notice. And the property, and I'm doing this from memory, 211 is, they're gonna buy the right-of-way right up. It's gonna encroach a little bit on the parking lot at the gym.
Oh.
You know how the gym is on the north edge? And maybe not on the parking lot, but they're gonna buy up. When they widen 211 and make it a 4-lane divided road, it's going to touch that property. Because it looks like they're buying a lot more buffer area than they normally do, right-of-way area. And if you know, when you drive up to Aberdeen Primary, it goes up a hill. And it's kind of an awkward intersection. And it looks like they're gonna fix that whole intersection when they widen 211. So, and I'll tell you this, property is, well, just like everywhere else, but property on the 211 corridor is hot right now. But it's hot everywhere, so I don't know that you can read much into that. But 211 is going to abut that property. There will be no property between that and 211.
Do you have access to the road widening maps or whatever would give us that
Yeah,
info?
I can find them and I'll send them to the
I
superintendent.
think you shared it with me one time months and months ago.
Yeah, they're very hard to find, but yes, I will get the appropriate one and I will make it available however I can appropriately do that. I'll send it to the chair and let the chair worry about how to get it out to everyone.
Any other questions?
It's called Tom and Telling.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Locklear. At this time, we want to take a look for our agenda for our meeting on Monday. And I have item 1, our budget will be.
Hold on for a second. Get back to
I'm
that.
sorry, let me get to the right.
Item 1, you with me, Bob?
No, I'm with you. Right.
Okay. We will vote on our budget, so that will be an action item. Item B, audit contract, I have as consent. Item C, classroom internet activity, I have as consent. Item D, endorsement of Connect Academy, I have as a action item. Out-of-state field trips, item number E is consent. Item F, final upset bid, I have as an action item. I also want to make notice that I've asked Dr. Locklear to have a placeholder that will be an action item, and so we will add modernization of our school gyms. as an action item, so that we can follow up and bring closure to that item. Next, we move down to reports, information, discussion. Dr. Locklear, we have our strategic plan feedback.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Dr. Metcalf is bringing I think, a pretty brief update of where we are in gaining feedback on our strategic plan through the process that the board approved beginning in February, where we had about a month and a half where we had the online portal available for our community, our parents, students, to give feedback on our current strategic plan that the district has. Dr. Metcalf and other staff led feedback sessions with 8 of our district level advisory councils to also get feedback. You know, and as I've reflected on where that feedback has came there, where the feedback that you've given also as a board, and I think it's fair to say that as, and Dr. Metcalf is going to note the opportunity for you as the board to give specific feedback as well. But I think it's fair to note that as we began to work, as I work with the staff to begin an initial draft of this strategic plan, I think it's fair to note, certainly within what I see is appropriate, what the staff is seeing is appropriate based on your feedback and where we're heading, is that first draft is going to contain what I might call some strategic goals that are part of that draft, or what you might call SMART goals. Strategic, measurable, attainable. They stretch you, but they're attainable. They're results bound, and they're time bound. And I certainly could foresee 2 to 3 that are focused on academics, the overall academic performance of our district, closing achievement gaps. I could see 1 to 2 focused on student safety and health and wellness, or employee recruitment and retention, or effectiveness and efficiency of your operations. So I could see that first draft having those strategic goals as part of it, with objectives to monitor that as we move forward. But as I've also reflected on where we're heading with this, I am pumping the brakes a little bit on our timeline on bringing that first draft back to you as a board, because I think it's appropriate that when that first draft is brought back to you, that we wait until you've completed your process of selecting a long-term permanent superintendent, and whomever he or she is, that person can take that initial draft and then work with the board to bring that to finality. So what does that do to our timeline? That backs it up a month, maybe 2 months, into July or August of finalizing the revised strategic plan. But I think it is appropriate to do that. That we as a staff take what we've gotten so far, we work towards that initial draft. Again, my vision where I see that heading, given those SMART goals, and that initial draft is there for whenever that permanent decision is made on who the superintendent is moving forward, and then they work with you to lead that moving forward, whoever that might be. And so I just wanted to kind of update you on where we're heading. And Dr. Metcalf, I probably stole all your thunder, but
That's okay, I'll do it
And,
very
and
quick.
I may steal a little more, because I just want to add to Dr. Locklear for my colleagues, just to be transparent and in presenting this. Dr. Locklear and I talked and felt like, and basically he's bringing the strategic plan to us as his own, with his thoughts behind the plan going forward. You know, he and I had some conversation, and I said, make it your own, present it from your perspective. And I provided feedback. I always make notes on board member comments so that we can incorporate your comment into our follow-up and our action items. And I know there was some direct comment related to measurable goals, measurable outcomes. And so we had conversation around incorporating some of those into the plan as well. And then with Dr. Locklear's comment on what are our next steps, and knowing where we are with our selection process of our next superintendent. We felt like that getting our strategic plan to a point to where at least that individual doesn't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. They at least have something that they can begin with and finalizing, if you will. So Dr. Metcalf, take it away.
I will be quick. So the community surveys were open for feedback from February 14th through the 30th. We received 124 responses to the survey. 58% of that, or 71 responses, were from parents or guardians of a current student. 26%, or 32, were from certified staff, and just over 15%, 19 responses, were from classified staff members. As Dr. Locklear mentioned, in addition, we met with 8 district-level advisory groups. So the results of both that survey and the advisory group feedback will be provided to the board in the next week by April 11th. We're formatting those responses right now, so we'll provide that to you very quickly. We then will open up the Board of Education member feedback portal from April 5th through the 18th, and then following the closure of that portal, we'll start working on that initial draft for you.
Okay, do you have any questions? Is everybody okay with our goal and what we're trying to do and some of the things that we've tweaked and changed to incorporate some of your concerns and some of the previous comments that you've had? Okay.
So I just have a question for you, Chair. So when would you see us bringing back up the strategic plan?
I would
Summertime?
say we're looking to get our superintendent hired and possibly sometime in June, obviously, to start July 1st. So I would say if we could at least have possibly our final, so to speak, around 1st of June or so, that at least the superintendent, he or she, whomever is that decision is made and finalized with, they will have a plan that's presented to that level, and then they would be able to take it and tweak it and make it their own going forward from July.
Yeah, just my input is, we need to have a conceptual conversation as a board, just what's our mission statement?
Okay.
Because our mission statement needs to focus on, my opinion, needs to focus on fundamentals, and I know the previous one, I believe, talks about global citizens. I would like to see a mission statement that talks about United States citizens. And, high-level stuff like that is things that I believe we need to discuss. We need to talk about character, we need to talk
Okay.
about, producing citizens, not global citizens, but United States citizens. I mean, it's the way the world's going anyway. Globalization's done, and the United States has kind of declared the end of globalization. And here we are wanting to produce global citizens. Anyway, I'm on my soapbox, but
Okay.
we need to have a conceptual conversation among the board and kind of do a straw poll as to where we're at as far as tenets of a mission statement.
Okay.
I agree, not only mission statement, but vision too.
Right.
And I'll
Okay.
have, absolutely, I already have recommendations that we're put on the portal.
So what we can do is, I will get with Dr. Locklear, and we can get calendars for board members, and possibly maybe, so this is April, sometime in May timeframe.
Well, it just depends on the board's desire to have the selection of the long-term superintendent finalized and have that person, again, whomever that is, involved and help us to facilitate that with the board. I think that could be impactful for that person to be involved, to talk about and facilitate with the board, maybe even help facilitate a process of discussion
Okay.
around vision and mission and tightening up whatever those draft goals are to go towards where the board wants it to go,
Okay.
with that superintendent's guidance and input.
So you're suggesting, Dr. Locklear, that we wait until after July and possibly sometime
Just-
in,
Yes, ma'am, just depends how
Yes.
quickly that can
Okay.
happen, as long
Okay.
as, when the permanent selection of superintendent is
Okay.
finalized.
We'll get a real good feel when we do the interviews.
okay. All right, so that will be on our calendar, and we'll wait until we get through our selection process, and then we'll have a working meeting, and get on everybody's calendar.
But still have the portal up, because I still.
We'll still send the portal to the board for that direct feedback
Yeah.
of the current plan, for you to give that direct feedback, and that'll be working towards that initial draft.
Perfect.
That'll be ready be part of that process when the boards and the superintendent's on board permanently.
And so, just so board members know, the portal will be open from April the 5th through the 18th. So board members have an opportunity to provide feedback. It would be helpful if you already have thoughts and comments relative to mission or vision. If you get that out there, at least we could collect that and begin to make some type of list as we go forward. But just make a note of those dates so that you don't lose sight that that's actually this week, next week, so.
And when are we going to get the superintendent, I'm gonna call it the superintendent's draft of this? Because it just seems to me that we need something, and we probably shouldn't hit the new superintendent, whoever that person is,
Right.
with this kind of a thing, like his first day, or
Right.
her first day.
Right.
You know, so.
You know, actually, let me play devil's advocate there, Bob. I think it's a great opportunity, and, you know, Tim can chime in. If we've done our homework, if we've done our analysis of the current strategic plan, and we've provided our input, and we have, I don't even know if I'd call it a draft, but, you know, we have public input, we have all this stuff. I think it's a great discussion to have with a new superintendent, because that should set, you know, make sure we're on the same sheet of music. It'll set the tone of his or her term, and, you know, I think it's a great first.
Right. So, Dr.
I mean, there's
Lund-
worse things that could happen on your first day, I'm sure.
Indeed, I'm open to it, you know,
Yeah.
sure.
So, Dr. Locklear, as far as next steps with Dr. Metcalf, what are your thoughts with getting through where we are with collecting feedback, finalizing your measurable outcomes? Do you think that will be back to us possibly in what, May, June?
I think it's very appropriate for us to have that ready by the end of May to June, when that,
Okay.
when
So-
we'll probably align with the process of the
Okay, so
selection of the superintendent.
would we be able to say that that would be an agenda item for our work session in June?
Yes, ma'am, or it could be
Okay.
it could also be part of that work session you're referencing,
Okay.
where you'd have that board work session around just the strategic plan.
Okay, all right, thank you so
probably
much. Okay, okay, our next item, and we have some ladies who are just waiting to jump up, so we are going to get an overview of concerning learning opportunities. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. I believe we referenced this last month, but each year we give the board a briefing on the summer learning opportunities that we're offering. Of course, we know those were very intensive last year, and there's still some great intensity to what we're doing this year. But Dr. Metcalf's here with Ms. Gephardt and Dr. Bullard, and I'll let them share an overview of what we're doing this summer.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Got the best team with me once again this afternoon. We're going to talk about 3 different learning opportunities, summer learning opportunities: the Read to Achieve Camp, which are directed by Senate Bill 387, the Summer Bridge Academy, which we'll go into some detail about, and then as well the extended school year that we do for some of our exceptional education students. If you can go to the next slide. And just a reminder about Senate Bill 387. You're going to see this a number of times over the next few months. It was signed into law on April 1st and really provides a number of different guidelines, outlines expectations for assessments, letters, which we've talked to the board about. The PD is a part of that, the reading and literacy intervention plans that we need to develop for each student, and the reading camp expectations. Just wanted to throw in a slide that you'll be seeing this a number of times in the future. Is driving much of our work around reading. Donna's going to start us off with the talk about Reading to Achieve Camp.
So as we get started, as Dr. Metcalf noted, we have multiple opportunities that we're giving our students this summer. The Read to Achieve Camp is legislatively driven and required for our students that are at risk. It is required for students that have not demonstrated proficiency in 2nd and 3rd grade. It is also able to be used as a literacy intervention for grade 1. We feel like it's critical to make sure that we're catching students early on and providing them with reading skills over the summer if they are struggling readers. We also are, by Senate Bill 387, you are required to offer these students 72 hours of reading instruction in the summer. It must be reading instruction surrounded by intensive reading intervention opportunities. For grade 3, we also are able to continue to assess and work with our students to help them demonstrate proficiency. One of the aspects of the reading camp is to determine if we can move more third graders into proficiency before they move into 4th grade. The guidelines for the camp are set by Senate Bill 387. So for students to be invited for grade 1, they will have on their DIBELS assessment, you often hear us refer to that as M-Class, the M-Class assessment of not obtaining a 441 scale score. For 2nd grade, it will be a 439 scale score. It changes a little bit for 3rd grade because 3rd grade students have more opportunities for different types of assessments. So they could have a 725 Lexile on either iReady, an alternative assessment, or our M-Class DIBELS assessment. They also could meet a good cause exemption or demonstrate proficiency by EOG or the Read to Achieve test. So there's multiple ways that a child would be eligible for a reading camp if they did not pass the EOG or the Read to Achieve test or meet that 725. The Read to Achieve Camp Day is very specific, surrounded all reading. So a student to complete the 72 hours in the timeline that we're looking at, the kids would be in session from 7:30 until 12:30, making sure from 12 to 12:30 we are at lunch, which gives them that 72 hours of intensive small group reading and intervention and instruction in reading. We're trying to make sure that class size is 1 to 12 to 1 to 15. So this would be a typical day where they would have an academic reading block and then maybe some intensive skills interventions on whatever area that they are demonstrated having issues with. Our elementary sites for Read to Achieve, Aberdeen Elementary will have their own Read to Achieve site. Southern Pines Elementary will have Pinehurst and McDeeds Creek. Bass will have Cameron and McDeeds Creek. Sandhills Farm Life will have Carthage. Robbins will again have High Falls and Westmore as they did last year, and West End Elementary will host West Pine. The dates for this are June 20th through July 21st. So we're able to get our 72 hours in with those school day hours from 7:30 to 12:30 in those 4 weeks. And again, you will note there that July 4th is, like as we did last year with our reading camp and our learning camps, that week is off. So Read to Achieve is one aspect. It's legislatively driven and we have to comply with specific guidelines. The state actually, from the Office of Learning Loss, provided school districts with a grant if they applied, and we applied, for what's called Summer Bridge Academy. Summer Bridge Academy does not have the 72 hours that Read to Achieve has. It requires us to have 50 hours of acceleration and additional instruction of enrichment and remediation. This Summer Bridge, when we wrote the grant, it looks at our at-risk students that have been determined at risk by our assessments that we've administered, and the principals have set the criteria based on the assessment data they're receiving. It is designed for K-4 math, K and 4 reading, because remember your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade students will be in reading camp. 5th through 8th grade math and reading, and 9th through 12th grade credit recovery. So a big portion of this is really to help our students accelerate into the skills that they need in the upcoming grade level, trying to make sure that we are having and experiencing learning recovery by accelerating these students. Summer Bridge criteria, again, our principals worked together in groups to work on this criteria. So for the math, they are currently having difficulty in math, not passing math, and are not meeting grade level expectations in iReady, which is a way that we are pretty sure that they are probably demonstrating some skill gaps. In grades K and fourth grade ELA, they're not passing reading, and they're again in iReady or M class demonstrating difficulties. In grades 5 through 8, they're not passing science, reading, or math, and below grade level in iReady. And 9th through 12th grade, again, with the credit recovery, we're looking specifically at courses that students are not passing so that they are on and trying to keep them on track for graduation. The same sites will be utilized for Summer Bridge that were utilized for the Read to Achieve camps. This helps to save money so that we're busing the students on the same buses. They're having the opportunities for lunch at that site. So again, it's Aberdeen, Southern Pines, Vass, Sandhills, Farm Life, Robbins, and West End with their school attending. These are the same dates and the same time. Again, to save money for our elementary, we wanted to make sure that we didn't run a bus twice, so they're going to get actually 72 hours of instruction in the areas that they need. Our grade 5, I will note, just like last year, went to the middle school. That was highly successful. Our middle school principals felt like that was a great opportunity to get them acclimated to middle school life, so to speak. So our grade 5 will be attending the middle schools. The middle school summer bridge program is Elise and High Falls and Westmore will attend, New Century, Cranes Creek, Southern Middle, and West Pine Elementary. So they will have their rising 6th graders, rising 7th graders, and rising 8th graders, whereas their rising 9th graders will actually be attending the high school just like we did last year. The high school principals really felt very compassionate that those students, it helped them to really familiarize themselves with the campus and gave them a great jump start into learning. The dates are the same, but the hours are a little different for Summer Bridge. Again, we only have to meet the 52 hours. So our students' time are from 8 till 12, and our staff's time's from 7:30 to 12:30. The flexibility, this is just the sample schedule. The sites have full flexibility. Our site coordinators, again, will be working through scheduling, but we've got where they have a block 1. So their block 1 may be intensive work on math. They may also need intensive work on ELA, so their block 2 would be reading. Their block 3 could be a remediation time with some enrichment opportunities. So again, trying to really target and accelerate learning so that these students are seeing skills and concepts for the upcoming grade level, as well as trying to work on skills that they are missing. We want to continue that class size of 1 to 15 so that we can intensify that small group instruction as well as individualized instruction. Our Summer Bridge Academy for the high school will have Northmore High School, Pinecrest High School, Union Pines High School, and CLC as we did last year. Again, their hours are from 8 till 12. And the high school sites will have a focus on really looking at our Math 1. They really want to intensify that math experience for our students. They will focus on credit recovery to ensure on-track graduation and students are able to have the opportunity to recover those credits. They will ensure that we are accelerating or front-loading. I like the term front-loading for the next course sequence. So the idea is that these 8th graders are going to be able to get concepts that they need in Math 1, in English, in order to also remediate skills that they may not have previously been strong in, so to continue to build those mathematical skills and reading skills. A typical day, 2 of our schools are very excited about offering a math foundations to really give them intensified math time. And then one of our schools is looking at a Success 101, looking at helping students really manage time. How do you do projects? How do you work on and make sure you're staying on top of your coursework? So a variety of things. Again, we're looking at a class size of 1 to 15. It is critical that we have information on how these students did. That's important to me, is to see, are we moving these students through the summer opportunity? So our iReady, we will have an iReady end of camp diagnostic. We're going to use our end of year diagnostic as their entry point for the summer, because we get so much information from iReady, but we will have the last week of camp. They will have a diagnostic before July 22nd. Or 21st, excuse me. We will also have end of grade and course assessments. Ms. Fall brought to you last time the opportunity to have students have summer remediation and retesting, so we'll know how many students were deemed proficient based on those assessments, and then the number of high school courses that were recovered. We are hoping to be able to compensate our staff, so we're looking at our certified staff at their daily rate of pay and $15 an hour, which is what we did last year. And then for our classified staff, the daily rate of pay plus $10 an hour, which is increased from what they got last year. Last year, we did a bonus of $100 per week. So because this is based on their hourly rate of pay plus the $10 per hour, our folks, we had folks who drove the bus last year and then did custodial work for us, and they will benefit from the $10 an hour because they're working more hours. So we're requesting that $10 per hour plus their daily rate of pay. With bonuses, we have to provide bonuses based on Senate Bill 387 to our Read to Achieve teachers. So what we are looking at this year is making sure that instead of doing so many bonuses, trying to pay the $15 extra an hour, so that when we look at bonuses, we comply with the law, which says grade 3 teachers who are teaching reading camp for grade 3 students will get $150 extra per child that they get proficient by the end of camp. So if I have 15 students and I am able to get all 15 proficient, that would mean that I would get a bonus of around $3,400. I think it's $3,450. So those grade 3 teachers are going to be getting an incentive to get our students proficient. The other requirement under Senate Bill 387 is a $1,200 bonus for our teachers who have received in the past the state bonus on growth scores in reading in grades 3, 4, or 5. This bonus would be bonuses that were paid from 2016-17 school year until 2019 was the last year of bonuses. So these teachers have demonstrated a high level of proficiency of being able to work with our at-risk learners and have demonstrated that they have the skill set needed to move forward. To get a growth bonus, you had to have and be in the top 25% in the state on EBOS. We know the expenses for this are going to be the staff, the transportation, child nutrition, and custodians. And we're going to braid multiple funding sources. So we have our reading camp allotment, which we have not received yet. We're hoping the middle of April we will know exactly the dollar amount. Last year it was roughly $249,000. Our summer bridge allotment we have already been awarded. That is $312,000. And then we have remaining ESSER funds, roughly about $1.2 million were left over from last year from my $3.5 million that we were allotted for reading for summer opportunities. So we have the ESSER dollars as well to braid to be able to provide these rich opportunities for learning. This is a breakdown. What we are, just to give you sort of some numbers specifically, we are having 15 site coordinators. And the cost of those coordinators will be for the month of July only. They are on payroll until the end of June, so this will be the pick up their salary for July. Elementary staff, we have 68 elementary staff. That's going to cost us around $6,324, giving us about a $430,000 cost. We put in about $60,000 of RTA bonuses because we really want our best teachers with our best reading teachers with those students in reading camp. So we're hoping they're all eligible for bonuses. We have 30 middle school staffs, which you see is around $190,000. We have 22 high school staff, around $140,000. 42 child nutrition workers at about $132,000. We're estimating transportation costs based on last year, which were more weeks, so we took about $200,000. That's not knowing where the end price will be of how many bus drivers we need, so that one's one, it's why you don't see it broken out. I just did an estimate. We're estimating the opportunity for 1,530 students to attend. We do not have to pay food for June. As Ms. Carter mentioned earlier that we are very fortunate to have the legislative waiver. However, that legislative waiver has not been granted for July. So we are looking at, for breakfast, a snack, and lunch for those students, about $950 a child for those 8 days, which is about $116,000. Custodial staff, 15 custodians, 1 per each site. And then, of course, the custodial supplies, what that is done based on per month. So again, for that number of students. And then last year, we did give copy supply money, et cetera, for the schools. So they got about $800 per school to equal a total budget of $1.39 million. So with our blending and braiding of money, we are hoping that we are able to stay definitely within budget.
Is
Ms.
that
Gibb.
one-
Go ahead, go ahead.
Is that 1.39 million total cost of the program?
It should be. Now,
All right,
there,
and we expect to get from the state, did I read something like 350, 400,000?
we received from the state in the summer bridge grant $312,000. We do not yet know how much Read to Achieve reading camp money we're going to get. Last year, we got $249,000 of Read to Achieve camp money.
So it's, I'll be generous, it's 800,000 from the state, and how much is it truly gonna cost us?
The ESSER, what we had left over from ESSER from last year, from our ESSER budget was 1.2 million. We're probably, if all of this works out and we're able to stay within the cost, it's gonna roughly maybe cost us about 900,000 of our ESSER dollars.
Which leaves us with a massive, fiscal cliff for next year, correct?
When we wrote into the ESSER, we wrote it for 2 years. So we wrote it for last summer and this summer.
Right, but, you know, it's a great program.
It is.
I'm just looking at the numbers, and I'm seeing 23 with another huge amount of increase and no ESSER funds. You know, that's troublesome.
And we will only have, potentially, to be very transparent, unless the Office of Learning Recovery does another grant, we will then next year, at the end of 22-23, only have the Read to Achieve monies. Because that's the only camp legislatively driven. Yeah, that was pre-pandemic.
Not good.
Mr. Henson.
Madam Chair, I know there's a second section of this, but I have some questions on this section if
Okay.
it's appropriate. for
Yeah.
now. Okay, if we could go back to slide 7, please. Actually, slide 6, we'll start there. So on the Read to Achieve, these are 5-hour days here,
Yes.
right? And we're required to do 72 hours of training. Okay, if we go to the next slide, please. Those are 8-day blocks. So 5 times 8 is 40. Where are the other 32 hours of instruction coming from?
Those are four-day weeks, so
Right.
for each of the 4 days. So when you say 7:30 to 12:30, we cannot count lunchtime as instructional time. So
Okay.
that 12 to 12:30, which we gave them 30 minutes for lunch, is not
Right.
counted in the instructional day.
So that's 4.5 hours times 8,
Well,
which is
times
not
16.
72.
Times
Oh, so
16,
they
because
do-
we
so-
do 8 days, then we have the week of July 4th off, and then we have 8 more days. So those students are expected to attend camp June 20th through July 21st.
Okay, I thought those were dates for Southern Pines Elementary. and
Oh, I'm
Bass
sorry.
Lakeland.
I was
That's
not
my
clear.
confusion.
Thank
I didn't
you.
realize that was one block,
Yeah.
so maybe if you put a square around that.
I
or
will
something.
definitely put a
That's-
square around it.
That's my
but-
confusion.
And so all of our camps are going to run those 4 weeks.
Okay, and the 30 minutes for lunch does not count as academic instruction?
sir.
Okay. 'cause-
Even if we read a book during lunch, I tried that.
Yeah,
That was
read-
not
read-
approved.
Read the milk carton. Okay, and then if we could go to the last slide, whatever slide we were on.
No,
Get there as quickly as I can. There you go.
I had a question on this. Hold on just a second. Oh, so let's talk mill costs for a minute. I actually have 2 questions. Actually, both of my questions have to do with mills. So I thought that the mills program, It's one of the first questions I asked when I was here. I thought the meal programs were 100% covered by the federal government. I thought that we paid no money for, that's been said in these chambers many times, that the federal meals program across the board is zero cost, that it's a net, what we spend is what we get. That's not true?
Mr. Cox? I'll let the money guy talk
Yeah.
to that.
I'm certainly not an expert on child nutrition funding, but this is not your traditional meal program because it's operated during summer school, which they operate under different guidelines. And I know that how it has historically worked is that the programs that we offer during summer school does have to reimburse the child nutrition program the cost of meals and snacks.
Okay, so.
But during the course of the normal year, it's a different program.
Okay, so anything we spend, I just want to make sure I understand the program. Anything we spend during summer school for nutrition comes out of Hyde. We pay for it. And
For the 8 days.
for this time period, we're paying for it. And in this case, for this year, it's $250,000.
Yes,
The
sir.
cost of the people plus the cost of food, it's $260,000. And are we required to do nutrition programs during the summer?
We are not.
Okay, so for example, this is where you do trade-offs. You know, for the cost of giving these students lunch during summer school, we're giving up 3, maybe 4 full-time teachers, which could reduce class size, as an example of alternate spending. Because this is money we can spend on anything.
No, it's money that has to be spent on these programs. It's Read to Achieve, Summer Bridge, so it's only for those programs that can't be used during the course of the normal school year to fund additional teachers.
To the extent that we're not reprogramming money through the extent that we're not reprogramming, I mean, I think Mr. Levy just established that we're coughing up unrestricted funds for part of this, right? Our summer school program is not fully funded.
Part of the funding for this is from ESSER funding.
Right.
Which part of the requirements of that ESSER funding is that you're using 30% of it for learning recovery. And that is where these funds were for last year's summer school, and this year's summer school is from that portion of ESSER funding, which goes away. It's one time, it's not recurring, as we talked about before. So that's what this specifically is connected to. And then the other pots that Mr. Cox mentions, Read to Achieve and the Summer Bridge, is only for this type of program during the summer.
Yeah. Another point I would make about the food nutrition is I've sat through the same presentations that people gave, and I was struck. I don't remember what school board meeting it was. It was in the fall where they talked about the school program, and people were up here briefing and how they really made a push to get these breakfasts out. And I know we're talking about lunch here out to students, and they went as far as to have people standing at the entrance of every school, you know, of the school, passing out the free breakfast to the students who came in. And in spite of that, less than 20% of the students took the breakfast that was handed to them. Like people were handing it to them, and less than 20% of the students reached out and accepted it. So we just have to make sure we're spending our money wisely, and if we're budgeting $260,000 for meals for every single student, when historically speaking, at least during one presentation that I was in, less than 20% of the students took the free lunch, we got to make sure that if there's 1,530 students, what percentage of them actually want the lunch, and are we targeting towards that? Are we spending twice as much on food that students don't want or need?
And that cost of food would go down if a child chooses to bring their lunch, or if their parents pick them up instead of them having lunch. So that is the estimated cost that you see there is one child for breakfast, lunch, and a snack.
Well, plus the labor. And then my final question is 1,530 people. We got a lot more students than that are not reading and writing on grade levels. So so I heard the term they're invited. So what happens if students do not participate in summer school or choose not to?
And that was gonna be my question as well, especially for the ones where you indicated for the Read to Achieve, that those students are required. So how do we ensure that those students who need to be there and have deemed to be there are there?
Let me double down on that. You provided us with the iReady bubble chart, which I had asked for, and I appreciate that. But what I find, and when I look at the bubble chart, overall in schools, where 52% basically on grade level. And that's only early grade level, because when we're mid-year already, and yet 22% of the students overall are not at mid-year, but I'll call them on grade level. That means 48% of our students are reading below grade level, and sounds to me like mandatorily should be in such a program, but where 48% of our students is certainly a much, much higher number than what we expect to participate. How can we expect to get all of our kids, or a substantial portion of our kids, onto grade level when they're not participating, when they're below grade level and they're not participating in the Read to Achieve?
Well, let me clarify Read to Achieve. We're required to mark any third grade student who does not demonstrate proficiency in one of the many ways. We're required to mark them reading retained. Now, as Mr. Levy made the point, we want those parents to make sure they're sending those students, but the law does not say they have to send their student. The law states that they have to be given the opportunity, that districts have to provide the opportunity. So that's why this year the principals are making lists based on the iReady, based on our M-Class data, and they're actually contacting parents to say your child really needs to be in camp this year, or in the summer bridge opportunity. So they have a specific, for example, based on the numbers, and again, we unlike last year where I had a bigger budget that I didn't have to necessarily say we couldn't invite every student. But what we've got with the elementary, each site gets about 150 students, which was about what some had last year. Most had around that. So those sites will have roughly 150 students. So those principals will prioritize with their professional learning teams to make sure they're contacting those parents. As you recall, we are consistently communicating with parents saying that your child is at risk, your child needs to have additional services, we're providing additional interventions. So, if we have unlimited funds, we'll open this up where we can get every kid, but right now what they're looking at is prioritizing and trying to get, if my parent says I'm not sending my child, we're gonna go to the next child on the list and just keep calling.
Where on iReady is the child considered at risk? I'm talking about, is it yellow? Is it red? Is it dark red?
It's the one grade level below is when a child is considered at risk, which would be the yellow.
Should be the yellow. So we have in our schools 48% of students, of overall students, at risk. And do we send a letter and say, your child is at risk? And please sign here, to understand that your child is at risk, or your child is not reading at grade level and can be retained.
For kindergarten through third grade, that letter goes out consistently from Read to Achieve legislation. It actually goes out each quarter that states your child is having reading difficulties, and we have check boxes that we put in, and then the teachers have conferences with those. For a fourth grader, if a fourth grader has had a third grader who has come to summer school last year and they've gone to fourth grade this year and they have a reading retained label, they are receiving a monthly letter from the teacher that outlines what we're doing, what interventions we're using, and then for any student, math and reading, that has demonstrated reading difficulties or math difficulties, they are receiving what is a multiple tiered system of support letter that outlines the interventions that our teachers are doing with that student. The parents get that letter so that they know that I'm working on this. We give them parent resources. So we're really working to communicate with our parents to inform them that their child is struggling.
My concern is this: 48% of our children are below grade level. We expect only, I guess, I'm just doing it in my head, like 10% or maybe 15% of the students to actually attend. There has got to be a gap somewhere where the message isn't getting out, because I have the feeling that most parents, when they really see that their child is at risk, are gonna want that child to attend. So, I don't know, it just seems to me that there must be a messaging problem, because I have faith that if the parents really knew the problem, they'd push the kid into the program.
That 49% though, is that included with EC children?
Yeah, that's, the
So-
48% is all children in the
Okay,
district.
so EC children technically don't have to do the
They do.
reading program because
do
they're
not.
getting those services.
And-
So
and-
that's a huge gap.
And an
Well, not gap.
EL learner, if they've been in the school system less than 2 years, they do not have to, we still offer them the opportunity to come, but they do not have, they're not required attendance, they do not receive a reading retain label.
Okay,
Or a student that
That's-
does demonstrate proficiency.
you said it perfectly, thank you.
Ms. Gebhardt, I want to ask a different question. With the slide that you showed about having the children assessed or tested, I can't remember the wording, but at the end of the school, summer school, is that data reported to the state?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so does the state, does the state take whatever that child's score was in proficiency and replace it within the school grade, regular grading?
No, ma'am.
They
So
don't.
what happens is, we have to we do a report for read to achieve proficiency in the summer. So we go through each student in 3rd grade, and we mark if that student demonstrated proficiency in the summer and how. So they might have finished their read to achieve portfolio. They might have demonstrated proficiency on the read to achieve assessment, which is a little different from the end of grade assessment. It's chunked a little differently so that the students don't have to read as much, and they answer a set of questions that just pertain to this section of reading. Or they could have a 725 on their iReady or M-Class.
So basically, our scores will continue, our end of grade scores for those students will continue to show whatever it was at the end of grade, and it won't show their growth and their proficiency that they achieved during the summer camps.
The score on any read to achieve test is put into PowerSchool, but we do have to do a report that's due in the middle of September that the school district has to do to report out how many students in the district, as well as by each school, were proficient during reading camp, and which ones used a good cause, which one used an alternative assessment. So we have a whole list of criteria that we do have to report and post on our website.
And my second question is back to what Bob was saying about getting the children there. We know that we probably have parents who have to work, and I'm sure there are a number of things and reasons why that child may not be able to go. But do we offer any type of after school, I'm not gonna say after school, but some kind of daycare type opportunity, or basically we're just focusing on the child and, okay, all right, I just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
Were you gonna?
Any other questions?
You know, I have a question, and I don't know if it could be answered. I would like a 2-minute overview, maybe a 60-second overview as to why our students cannot read. Is it have the testing standards changed? So if I went back 30 years ago, would we have the same reading issues? Have have the testing standards changed? Have students across the board reading proficiency gone down? Why do we continually have this not reading a grade level issue?
Well, and that's one of the unique things about the Read to Achieve. They allow students multiple ways to demonstrate proficiency, not just the end of grade assessment. So in Read to Achieve, they understand stamina can be an issue for some of our students, which is why we're able to start what's called a Read to Achieve portfolio. They are passages that are received from the state of North Carolina that we are able to give our students that may demonstrate proficiency with those smaller chunks of reading instead of just the long test of 6 passages with roughly 40-some questions. So the 725 Lexile, the reason that's on there is the state looks at if a 3rd grader is a 725 Lexile, that they are reading proficient. And that's why a lot of times you'll hear us mention Lexile. A child may not demonstrate proficiency, but their Lexile is within the band of what they are. So our Lexiles, I know from what I've looked at and worked with teachers, our Lexiles are progressing. We do still have skill gaps. I'm not going to deny that phonics is an issue. And we're doing a lot of work to make sure with Letterland and other things to increase the amount of support our kids are getting K-1, 2. That's why you saw in this report, 1st grade was put in as an intervention. The state used to be 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade for reading camp, and the legislators removed 1st grade from reading camp, but they said you can use it as an intervention this year. I believe firmly not waiting till 2nd and 3rd grade to try to close gaps. I believe we get them in 1st grade when that reading is starting, and then if I can extend them in the summer. So, so the state looks at multiple ways to say kids are proficient within reading.
Yes, I guess my question is, 50 years ago, I don't think 48% of the students in North Carolina, let's say, did not read or write a grade level. Or 50 years ago, did 48% of the students in North Carolina not read and write a grade level, or 20 years ago?
Well, I think some of that's, the assessments are much different and very skill related. I will say this, and we've presented this to the board in the past, when you look at the 10th grade English 2 exam, that does provide a Lexile for us, and we know that 87% of our 10th graders can read at the 10th grade level or above. Almost 77% are above the 12th grade Lexile level into the college level. That means they can read a New York Times and absorb a New York Times and understand it. About 7 or 8% are at the middle school level, 6 to 8, somewhere in that range.
Yeah.
And then a smaller number below. So when looking at the Lexile, absolutely, they can read. Our students can read. Virtually all of our students graduate can read, other than maybe a very small number of exceptional education students, perhaps, and can read well. 77% beyond, high school level. I think the testing is part of the problem, the endurance of the test, that you're often looking at an assessment that's a one-time shot at it, which is why with Read to Achieve, they provide multiple ways for us to be able to assess those students. So it is difficult. And I would say 50 years ago, you didn't have those kind of one-time high-stakes assessments that they were basing that number on.
Yeah, but one other thing. Did I hear you say that if the children aren't in our school system for 2 years, they're not notified?
No, I said an EL student, an EL student that has not been in our system for 2 years is exempt from and receives a good cause. We do not mark that student reading retained because that student has had schooling less than the 2 years.
Yeah, but it's also an exceptional child. These are only exceptional children.
No, they're EL students. Yeah, multilingual. English as a second language.
English as a second language.
Yes, sir.
I think of ESL, I'm sorry.
Yeah, English as a second language. The EC students, if they are 2 years below, they do not have to attend, but again, we invite our EL students to attend, we invite our EC students to attend, because again, it is about closing gaps, and this is a great time with small class size to be able to close gaps.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question. Talking about in high school, English 2. Now, I don't believe that we have over 77% of our students that are testing proficient in English too.
No, I think it's about 63%, a little over 50%,
Well, I've
60
looked-
at English too. But that's proficiency on an assessment that measures multiple standards. What that test also provides to us is at what level, what lexile level they're reading. So two different things.
Okay.
That test, those proficiency tests are based on a number of standards, maybe 30 standards, and they pick out some certain numbers. So I think it is, I think it's in the 60s.
Proficiency test and is what we see.
Proficiency is
in our-
what the public sees, it's what the state pushes
So
out, they put out that
when-
proficiency.
When we look at how we're doing in reading in high school, English 2 is the one. So which one of those are they using?
Well, what they publicize with the English 2 is the proficiency. You know, were you proficient on a standards test?
Okay.
But what
And
they
the-
also provide to the district is the lexile score
Well,
for each of those students.
I'm just talking about what the public sees.
Right,
because
what the
it's
public
not-
sees is just
it-
that proficiency.
It's not good.
Right.
So my question is to, why don't we have, have you considered having English 2 in recovery in here or something? Because that's what we're really measured on how our high school students are doing in reading.
Part of, you saw the high school will have an acceleration program, and they also have credit recovery. So at our high school level,
You know,
they are.
Credit recovery is for English 1.
And for, no, the remediation is for English 1 for our rising ninth graders.
Okay.
But all of our courses, math, read, English 1, 2, 3, and 4, will be available for credit recovery with teachers coming in those areas of expertise to work with those students through their credit recovery process.
Okay, one thing we have not looked at that we could look at, and I did some, are, level 3 is your proficient. Level 1 says you have limited command. Level 2 says you have partial command. It'd be interesting to see how we're doing between level 1 and level 2. Or do we have more level 2s than we have level 1s than we did last year, or how do you tell that?
We could look at this, we'd have to go down to scale scores. When the test was renormed in English reading last year, they now have a category that's not proficient and level 3, 4, and 5.
Right,
So
right.
we would have to look at a
No,
scale
no.
score to see who was close to that level 3 student to be able to make that
Yeah, I
determination.
was
But we
just
could
curious.
definitely do
Yeah,
that.
no, I don't bother with that. But great, all the way through, we have, since I've been on the board, we have not made much progress in a lot of areas. And we made a lot of we're doing a lot better than most of the other school districts. But we're still, it's stagnant. We haven't, changed very few in every single category. And I don't know why. I'm hoping this letters program will help with the reading some. But they've come up and now I know Read to Achieve, they changed because what they had before didn't work worth what, so the legislature said, well, that didn't work, so let's try this. But we've got to figure out some way, and I'm not sure it's going to be a program of what to do. I think it's going to have more to do with class size and professional development of our teachers than it is, because if you do the same old things all the time, you're going to get the same old results. So we need to do something that gets us results, and that's why strategic plan, we will be looking at something that's measurable.
Ms. Gephardt, did you have additional slides?
No, it goes to Dr. Bullard.
Dr. Bullard, okay.
Oh, just one thing, Dr. Gephardt. We had talked about having this iReady broken down by subgroup. And I didn't see that yet. So I'm I really would like to get that.
We are hoping, as soon as we make that class link merge, right now, our data, the platform of Clever, we have not put in for PowerSchool our demographic data, but when we move to ClassLink, we will be able to get that demographic data for you. So we're definitely working on that. We're in contact with the technology department and iReady to see how quickly we're going to go in and be able to get ClassLink up and operationalized so that we can have all of that data in our platform that the students log in on to be able to give us that information.
I appreciate that, because I'm very, very interested in the skills gap and how we can deal with it.
And our teachers, what you guys sort of saw is the overview report. Our teachers can drill down to the demographics of the students, the skill set of the students. So we're able to drill down a lot more with Performance Matters, with our iReady data in there. So our teachers and principals, we look at what our demographics are based on that, but it's active data. We can't take and make it a stagnant program. So that was why we can't, iReady is not color-coded yet. Ms. Fall is working on that diligently with the iReady company. So as soon as we can get iReady to color code their categories of 1 level below, 2 levels below, 3 levels below, once we can get that color coded from the iReady platform, we will be able to provide you the demographic data. But ClassLink, Mr. Eckling has said it's coming soon, so we're hoping to be able to move forward
So
with
you're
that.
talking about, when you say demographic data, you're talking about subgroups?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Good afternoon. As required by IDEA, eligible students with disabilities may require special education and related services beyond the school year. These services are in accordance with the student's IEP and are at no cost to the parents. The IEP team must determine that extended school year services are necessary for the provision of a free public education by considering the following. Does the student regress during extended break and cannot relearn this lost skill within a reasonable time? Are the gains made during the regular school year significantly jeopardized? And does the student demonstrate a critical skill acquisition that will be lost? This determination is based on data collected throughout the school year and over extended breaks. Our sites for ESY will be the same sites that Summer Bridge Opportunities and Read to Achieve camps are being hosted at, with the addition of Carthage Elementary. This allows us to use the same buses for ESY when appropriate, and also utilize meals and snacks that are being provided at these sites without incurring additional cost. Not only will the sites be the same for ESY, the dates will be the same as well. We will be serving students at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school, for extended school year. Compensation for staff will be at the same proposed rate of pay that is being presented for the approval for the other summer learning opportunities. Our expenses do involve additional transportation costs because of the need to provide separate transportation for students in a wheelchair accessible bus, additional personnel for monitors on the bus, and a smaller student number in some cases. This is solely based on student need. Our other large expense is staffing. All ESY expenses will be paid from IDEA funding. Last year, you can see through the chart that ESY cost totaled around $122,280. The estimated costs this year have increased because of the anticipated number of students that we may serve. Our numbers change each year based on individual student need. At this time, we do not have an actual number because IEP teams are still meeting to make the determination for ESY services. Last year, we served approximately 190 students for ESY. It should be noted that EC students also have the opportunity to attend the summer learning programs that are offered through CNI, as well as if they qualify for these services. And I'll turn it back over for any questions.
Board members, do you have any additional questions?
Yes, ma'am, but I need to go back to slide 5 if we could.
Okay.
I still have a question about,
Okay.
I have a question about the Lexile scores.
Okay.
So the criteria, when you get back to slide 5, is below a 725 Lexile, right? Means that the student's eligible. I was just on the Scholastic. By the way, do we still have Scholastic book fairs? Do we have those in our schools? Those exist? Anyway, I'm on Scholastic's website, and it has a little primer on Lexile scores. And according to this, third grade Lexile scores, the Lexile range for third grade is 550 to 675. So
The state uses what is called the growth Lexile measure, which came out with Common Core. So we've had this adopted by the state probably 6, 7 years. I'm testing my memory here. So the band for second and third grade, so when we look at Lexiles, they're in a banded range, will go from a 420 to an 820. So a student that is a third grader is expected to fall on the upper edge of that. When the state set this 725 is state set criteria and read to achieve legislation. It's because when they make an assessment, so like the third grade assessment, they will have Lexiles passages that are a little down below, which might be a 550, a 580, and then they'll have Lexiles at the range of 820. So that's how a student, regardless if it's 3 through English 2, that's how that we get a range for those students, because they're taking multiple passages, and I may do a great job on that 550, but on that 820 I may not get any questions right because the readability was too hard. So what the Quantrix, the company takes the matrix and they mesh all of that together to come up with here's a Lexile score that would be proficient of a student in third grade based on the range of tests.
I was just trying to reconcile this Lexile score with, but it's not the same.
And you will see, if you Google Lexiles, you'll see various ranges. So do be aware that we are using the stretch growth range for our Lexile scores based on North Carolina.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions?
I just have one quick one.
Real quick.
Yeah. I saw in the iReady that in third grade, and I think I was reading this right, that we have from beginning of the year to middle of the year a reverse progress in reading. Why is that, and where are we falling down, especially in the third grade? And lastly, would we be better off next year putting our assistants that we put in the second grade, have them in the third grade?
What you're seeing there in the third grade, again, remember we're looking and trying to get to that 725 Lexile. Our students are struggling in hitting a brick wall in vocabulary and in the reading nonfiction. So what we are, from the curriculum department, are doing are really trying to provide our teachers with a lot more resources for those specific skills. Phonics, there's a little bit of trouble, but it was the vocabulary that I think has been my biggest concern. So we're trying to really look at how do we ensure that we are providing curriculum materials that will address and provide higher level reading opportunities and experiences for our learners. Hitting a lot more, one of our goals for this summer's curriculum work is to add more nonfiction, because that seems to be a huge struggle where that vocabulary, where we're seeing that academic vocabulary and the struggles there.
Okay, because I'm concerned it's the only grade where we're moving backwards on, that we get less proficiency, and yet that's the grade where we have to retain children. So I hope that the superintendent and everyone will think about whether those extra assistants that we hired would be better off in the third grade for next year rather than the second.
Don't we have teacher assistants in third grade?
No, we've placed them all, they're from ESSER funds, I believe. And we placed them all in second grade, and I thought that was a bit unusual when it was done, and I questioned it. And now I think maybe my questioning was more correct. I don't know. That's up to you. That's a judgment call.
Right. No, you're right. We did extend the allotment formula for teacher assistants based on what the state gives us. We allotted, prior to having additional federal funds, 0.75 teacher assistants times the number of K-1 teachers you have. And we extended that allotment formula into second grade in order to push out additional teacher assistants into our elementary schools. So principals have the ability to use those teacher assistants flexibly, to use them where they need them. You may find a teacher assistant in a fourth grade classroom working a small group. You may find them in a third grade classroom. So they use them across the elementary spectrum. What those ESSER funds allowed us to do, at least for a short period of time, is put more teacher assistants in each elementary school.
Well, I would just hope that we look at where the reading problem is and we adjust from an administrative standpoint, because we can't order that from the board. I mean, that's an administrative thing that you guys look at. I just hope that you'll look, here's the problem, maybe we need to redirect some of these assistants into where we're really having a struggling reading program, which seems like it's only, only really in the third grade for what I would call, they all need to be improved, but in the third grade, we're actually going backwards, so it's very concerning.
Did you
I
a
have too.
comment?
I think when we're looking at teacher assistants and that, our real problem is in our economically disadvantaged. Look at our restart schools. You know, if we're gonna put extra aides in there, let's try them down there where we have the worst scores to see what happens. And like Southern Middle, where we have like, what, I don't know how many, 20 classes with 30 plus and 6 over 35, a restart school. We should never have classes that large in restart school. We don't in Robbins and Aberdeen, but we do in Southern Middle.
Any other comments? Did you guys, are you finished? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, all of your efforts, and we're looking to
Thank you so
hear
much for that,
from good things coming from our summer camps. Next, we are up with our professional membership
No, go ahead, I'm sorry.
organizations. Dr. Locklear.
Miss Thomas, I have to go get my child, so
Yeah.
I will listen from the car.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caldwell. Yes, Madam Chair, this is an item that, based on some board member questions, I asked Mr. Cox to bring just a list of our current year funding for professional membership and professional organizations, which I'll have Mr. Cox just go over very quickly here in just a second. But what you'll see in this list, you go and bring up the list, please, Charlie. What you'll see in this list is various organizations that our staff members are members of, or the school board may be members of, myself, others, that are professional organizations that provide opportunities to go to professional conferences, opportunities to get certifications and training, to renew our licensure, or to renew certifications that may be required based on the work that we do. These are also professional organizations that may offer benefit to our students as well. You see the Future Farmers of America, others like that, Skills USA. So that's what these organizations provide. Had a question about the National School Boards Association. This renewal was sent in based on practice. This has been the practice of our district, I believe, for many years, to also be members of the National School Board Association as well as the State Association. You may recall this fall that the State Association severed their relationship with the national organization, but this renewal was sent in prior to that happening. I've done some research, and actually would be my recommendation that the school board not renew to the National Association next year, but that certainly will take your guidance in that. Something else I think that came up as a question, and one of the reasons that there were some members that had some questions was, I believe there was an article, maybe I believe in the North State Journal, about the Innovation Project, or TIP, in different school districts that have been members of that organization. That's a consortium of school districts that are members of that. We were members of TIP for 3 years, not members of TIP this year. Over those 3 years, we spent up a little under $80,000 in membership into TIPs, a little under that in those three. The membership fees went down each year. Over those 3 years, really the reasoning behind why we felt that would be impactful and we'd have a return on investment is the support and help we got as we looked at moving forward with applying for restart schools. The help and support we got when we really started digging into market share work, some of the work that we did around Virtual Academy, partnering with homeschools. It also gave us some support with various opportunities to visit and collaborate with other school districts in that work. Those consultant school districts also had some access to some grants. We're still benefiting from a grant where 3 of our math teachers at Union Pines High School through the National Science Foundation are getting their masters and national boards and getting some pretty intensive professional development. We'll be leveraging their expertise moving forward. Last year, going into this year, I'm reviewing, is this still an organization that we're getting return on investment for that membership? It was my recommendation that we not move forward with that, as we work with our former superintendent. We didn't move forward with that membership, so we are not a member of TIP this year. So I just want to just address those questions as best I could. I know we got some questions, and I asked Andrew, year to date, what are the memberships that we have? And Andrew, I don't know if there's anything else you want to share about this list. Again, I've stolen some people's thunder today, trying to kind of answer some questions ahead of time. But Andrew, anything else you want to share?
Nope, I appreciate you covering it. You have the list here in front of you. You know, I want to insult your intelligence and read every one of them. But as Dr. Locklear mentioned, you know, a lot of these are organizations that provide great value to us. You know, I know a couple of them are for finance, where provide professional development opportunities and continuing education credits that are required by my staff to maintain certain credentials. And you'll see that throughout for other organizations. And this is a year-to-date list of organizations, professional organizations that we are a part of, and the cost there is $65,449 for those professional organizations.
And Dr. Locklear, to your point of not renewing membership for the National School Board, when will that end?
We have membership this year that would be a renewal in the fall of
Okay.
2022.
Okay, all
Usually
right,
when that
yeah.
happens.
okay. Board members, you have any comments, questions?
I have one comment. I know we were recently talking about the school police and some things that we can improve on there. I would make a recommendation that we look into the IACP, which is the International Associations of Chiefs of Police. And what they have is invaluable to law enforcement, and they even have standard operating procedures that have been endorsed and given the hey okay by a lot of chiefs of police. And I think that would be a membership that we should look into.
And what was that acronym? What does that stand for? International Association of?
Chiefs of Police.
Okay, all right.
Well, there's also association of SROs.
Okay,
It's not called the SRO Association, but there is a law enforcement organization for campus police. I just forget what it's called. But I
Okay.
think that when Chief Hardy puts together his plan and presents it to the board, hopefully he'll have membership. Because, you know, one thing, our SROs is continuing education, and, you know, membership in the appropriate organization would not be out of line.
okay, thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments?
I have a couple comments and,
Okay.
and one question. Actually, I have some questions, just some basic accounting questions. But let me start off by saying, I don't think anybody has concerns about memberships of professional organizations, you know, continuing education. I just, you know, when you see things in the $20,000, $30,000 or $10,000, your eyes pop out, and you know, you gotta ask questions. So, you know, I know the School Board Association, part of that, we get indemnity, we get services, we get insurance, you know, and at some point, we'll break that down and figure that out. My question of all the stuff that's remaining on this list is the Sandhills Regional Education Consortium, SREC. What do we get out of SREC?
Great question. We get it. They support work with what I would call like groups across the region, across the Sandhills region, meaning we have a C&I group, we have a facilities group that meets and gets support across the region, professional development, share resources, et cetera. You know, I think that we don't have a finance group. That's because they do stuff, I think, through the NC-ASBA. I don't know.
Correct,
But,
yeah.
there's
Finance
also-
officers.
Right, also, they have the same type of group for superintendents. A lot of times, this group will get together and combine resources in order to accomplish professional development, create resources for the region. And so that's what that SREC is able to provide. And each district in the region, I think, puts that amount into membership.
So
And there one, just to add on to that, you know, there's one in every region of the state. And it's the SREC, and one of the things they do, they go out and get grants. The principal,
Thank you.
I can't think of what it's called now, but you can speak to it. They've got a pathway to school-based administration outside of the normal process.
Principal development program.
Yeah, principal
Yeah,
development program.
We
So
have
they'll
4
secure.
interns this year, part of that principal development program. We actually have been able to tap tap them to do different work in our district already. So they're able to get those type of grants, and we leverage that training with them too.
So I assume you all say SRAC, the amount of money we pay into SRAC is worth it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I do have a couple more questions that kind of tie into this. The first one is it's kind of an esoteric accounting. You guys cut paper checks, right? Not everything is paid.
Some things are done paper check, some things are done by purchase card, some things are done by direct deposit.
Yeah, do we have, are our checks to sign? What's the approval process to sign a check? Is it like two people signing or a two-person approval?
So, the checks are all done, I can't think of what it's called, but anyway, they're printed. There is no actual signature. But it does have two signatures on it, which are my signature and the board chair's signature.
Okay, and then the other question is, and I think it comes to, Dr. Locklear, when you sent that out, a few weeks ago, and I thank you for doing that. It's like, oh my gosh, right? So does anyone on the school board ever review the checkbook to see what our expenditures are, like on a monthly or quarterly basis?
I'm waiting to see if Andrew's.
I can rephrase that, I'm sorry.
I was trying to look up something to make sure I'd made a correct statement just a minute ago.
The answer is no, but that's part of our auditing process that we go through the checks to make sure, the systems and processes.
So the
are
actual
correct.
checks, no, but we do bring budget amendments to you for the budget on a quarterly basis.
Over $50,000.
Well, no, anything that's over $50,000, any contract that's over $50,000 has to come to the board before anything is agreed to be paid on that. But any budget amendment that we do, quarterly, we bring the budget amendment, the changes where we've gotten additional funding or whatever, it's not the checkbook, but it's the budget changes. We bring that to you for approval each quarter. But not the checkbook itself.
But not to
Correct.
this level of detail, not,
Correct.
right. Here's what's in my mind, and there's probably a fix for this that I think the board needs to put our head together, is, I don't know, if I went back in time, if I went back 2 years ago and asked any school board member, Stacy, she's not here, Stacy, did you know we're spending $30,000 a year on tip, for example? I don't think the answer would be yes, right? So the superintendent has a $50,000 spending limit, and anything under $50,000, the board doesn't have to approve. Well, I would take that one further and say anything under $50,000 the board doesn't know about. And that may or may not be good. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's bad intent, but someone could write 20, $40,000 checks, 22 of them, whatever, 25 of them, and you're at $1 million. So the board ought to entertain some sort of process where quarterly, a board member, a member of the budget committee or something, just goes through the checkbook register. I know it's not, goes through electronic register, non-payroll stuff, and just look for things, and then report back to the board, hey, guys, did you know we're spending this? And then, the board can say, yeah, we knew that. Like I said, just because something is spent under $50,000 doesn't make it bad. But again, if you spend 25 things at $40,000, that's $1 million that would be spent that the board wouldn't know about and would never know about unless there was a specific request made.
Just
Any other comments?
in response to that, I think this is where you come down to, is a board here to hire effective and efficient people to run your business, or is a board set up to micromanage? And I think what you're talking about, although I can see some value in it, and when you put it up to $1 million, all of a sudden, yes, it's worth questioning, but we have to allow our finance officer and our superintendent the ability to make those day-to-day decisions quickly, effectively, and expend money where necessary without feeling like we are micromanaging every aspect of it. And I sort of feel like that's going into I'm going to look over your shoulder every month and examine the checks that you've written is a form of micromanaging. So if we don't have faith in our folks that we have hired to run the school system, then we need to stop and look at the people we hired. And I think that's the direction you're going with that, when you get into a monthly oversight issue. Now, true, we things should not be allowed to pass that are of suspicion, but I think you're carrying it a little far with that one. Worthy of discussion, and it can be brought up again.
I will bring up, though, that the board chair approves the superintendent's expense reports, so the board chair knows where all that money's going.
Well,
Mr. Lee.
yeah, one of the problems that I've seen is, especially with regard to TIP and the National School Boards Association. Now, I was told that this board was told, of course I wasn't on the board, that we were not members of TIP when we actually were, that TIP had been coming to us for 2 years to try to
Get us on board.
to get us on board. And the board then said, okay, we'll spend this year on TIP. Little did the board know that apparently we had been members of TIP for 2 years previously. I think I'm correct on that. Then I look at the National School Boards Association, and I don't love the timing. We knew that the National School Boards Association had sent out its letter calling parents, asking that the Patriot Act be used against parents as terrorists. And the month before, or about a couple of weeks before, the State School Boards Association severed ties. We paid about $5,000 worth in dues to them. When I look at these two things, and then I'm still not convinced about the Sandhills Regional Education Consortium. $13,000 a year?
Yes, sir.
That we pay for that? And, then we're also paying, and we're also paying for the National School Boards Administrators Association, $5,335 a year. Where, my real question is, and I think that we should put a limit on these associations, otherwise they should be approved by the board. And I think that limit is properly at around $1,000. In other words, based on what I look at in the past, I think the board should approve any association that costs us over $1,000 a year. And what I would like to do is to put that on the agenda for an action item for our business board meeting.
So again, though, just in response to that, that's going back to, are you wanting to micromanage everything that's done within our school office? $1,000 payment on a membership deemed worthy by our administrators should not even be questioned.
Well, I have to say something. I would have never brought this up, ever, okay? Until I saw that check to the National School Boards Association precisely 1 month before.
Can I offer clarity on that?
Yes, sir. And I'm not, I don't want to say, I'm not accusing anybody.
Right.
Okay? It may have been the National School Boards Association saying, well, we're in a little trouble here, better send out the bills real quick. I've no idea.
Well, the clarity I can offer on that is that's been a long-standing practice for this school district, and I can't speak for other school districts, to be a member of both the state association, from the North Carolina School Board Association, and the National Association. And so when that came through, it's a long-standing practice that you're a member of both, and you process it and you move forward. I wasn't in a position to approve it or not approve it at the time.
You
But if I
weren't.
was, I probably would have processed it, because it was a practice that we had done for quite some time.
And I did sign off on it. As board chair,
And
it was brought to me and I.
my
But as I've
other-
done research, you just heard me tell you
Yeah,
that
we're
moving
not
forward,
going to
I wouldn't
anymore.
recommend it.
My other concern was, I distinctly remember questioning the last superintendent about our association with the National School Boards Association, and being left with the impression, although I can't quote anybody, was my impression that, well, we were members of the state and the state's a member of the national, and it wasn't something like this. I just, if I have no problem when we're spending $1,000 or $500 being a member of some association, but when an association is taking $10,000 from us, or $13,750 from us, in a year, I have to wonder, well, maybe we don't need to be a member of that association. Maybe we're not getting, let's see what we got last year from that association in terms of, I don't know, did we get a seminar out of it, that our teachers could go to, that they maybe couldn't have gotten from the DPI. I don't know. I certainly don't want to keep, we've got $50, $75, $150 per year for many of our administrators to be in their particular groups, like personnel and things like that. Those are fine. When we're dealing with the thousands and thousands of dollars, what we're really doing is supporting a bureaucracy. And for heaven's sakes, we have enough teachers and books and things like that to support on our own. Just my feeling on it.
So Bob has asked that we add this as an agenda item. Do you
Yes,
still feel
please.
that way?
Yes, please.
Dr. Locklear, may I ask that you, if you have not done so already, to take our list of our memberships and then just bring a recommendation for ones that you feel, if we need to belong to all of these that we have listed, then I would say, based on the superintendent's recommendation, that this is our list. And if we don't, then, like, for example, we already know that we won't belong to the National School Boards Association after the fall of this year. That one is gone, so we can line through that. But if there are others that you feel that we may not need to belong to, then just bring a recommendation. And we'll add this item as an action item for next Monday.
Yes, ma'am. I can also say that from my perspective as sitting in the current seat superintendent,
Yes.
I have no problem with getting a report to the board once a year. Here are the organizations I've approved membership of.
That's all I'm asking.
I've got no problem with giving you that report, full transparency, just like what Mr. Hensley said. Hey, when we asked, we got, you got the information, and now you've got some questions
Yes.
as a follow-up. That's totally appropriate. I would say as superintendent, I'd have concerns with not being able to approve something with an amount like $1,000. That would be hamstringing my ability as the superintendent, administration's ability to approve things and move forward and make sure we've got the professional learning and professional development support that our folks need.
I'm only talking about the association membership. I'm not talking about you have a seminar that you want to do. I'm not.
I understand that.
I'm only talking about the association membership.
One and the same to me, but I got no problem with us on a yearly basis in June every year, printing this report for you, putting in the board update, making sure you've got this information. I think we always want to be as transparent as we possibly can be on anything. And sometimes sometimes you need to clarify information or provide more information, but I've never got a problem with providing this type of information.
Sounds good.
So-
Madam Chair?
So- Yes.
I'd like to make on the National School Boards Association. We used to go to their conventions, and that's, to me, the only value that we had of belonging to the National School Boards Association, because there was significant difference in, going to the meetings and getting the training there. But for the past 3 years, probably the past 4 years, we've never gone. So that's on me, that we, that we should not belong, but we just stopped using their services years ago.
Ed, the board has never attended one of those since I've been on the board. So
No,
prior
that's why I
to
say years ago,
2015.
that was the only benefit we had. But the North Carolina School Boards Association, that's really the only avenue we have for training.
And I
Unlike
don't think anybody has an objection
No,
to the North Carolina School Board
You don't have to talk
Association.
anymore about that, but I just want to tell you about the National School Board Association, that's why, and I should have called that years ago. And I knew what was going on because I knew at the state level that there were a lot of states that were backing out.
And so with our follow-up, what we can do is just have a list, and we can say, this is what our memberships are. So if anybody has any question, they can pull it out and say, annually, this is what our membership roster or every list or whatever, what you want to call it, looks like. Also, Dr. Locklear, if you would, following up with Philip's comments of our IACP, as well as, I think David mentioned some type of membership with SROs. If you could add those two to the list and try to get us with the annual cost of what those two would be, then we can decide if that's something that we want to move forward with as well. And obviously talk to Chief Hardy and see what his thoughts are around that.
So,
Okay,
I'm sorry, I have a few more comments.
okay.
So, this is to answer, Libby, your questions, because it's not micromanaging. And the responsibility of a public body, a public board, is different than a private board. But it goes to credibility, trust, and transparency. If it was up to me, we would just publish our check register online and be done with it, and let the public crowdsource reviewing our expenditures. I mean, quite frankly, the best thing we do is just put our entire check register online, and every member of the public can just go in and look at every check, and that would be 100% transparency. But let's talk about credibility and trust. And I talked about this when I first came here in the budget committee. Expenditures like this at a time when we were telling, and I know Bob made this point, but it's absolutely true, at a time when we were telling school bus drivers that we could not pay to renew, when they were making $9, $10 an hour, and we were telling them that we didn't have the money we couldn't possibly pay to renew their commercial driver's license. We were spending between $23,000 and $30,000 a year on tip. And, you know, was that the right decision? I don't know. I can tell you, I would have paid the renewal fees for the bus driver's licenses. So, you know, credibility, positions. You know, we're going to the county commissioners and we're asking for a 22% pay or 22% increase in funding this year. And they say, gosh, you know, you seem to have a lot of positions in the central office. And there are positions that I can't defend, right? So going through this and having reviews, having position reviews, and going to, with an eye towards, do we really need this, yes or no? Going through stuff like this and making sure that our expenditures align with what we're telling the public is reality is very, very important. So this is not micromanaging. I was shocked to hear that we spent, I think it was 23 times 2, 46,000 plus 30,000. I thought the tip was around $76,000. But regardless whether it was under 60 or 76,000, you know, again, that's a teacher, that's school bus licenses. And we have to be transparent on this. And it is not micromanaging. It is making sure that expenditures are in line with our expectations.
Thank you. Next, we have our board comments. We're going to start with you, Mr.
You always start with me. I have no comment.
No comments. What about you, David? Any more, Ed?
Go Carolina.
What about you, Liz?
Yeah, heels all the way.
As always, Dr. Locklear, we appreciate you and your leadership team and everyone who have come this morning into this afternoon. We know that a lot of our topics, it takes lots of time, research, efforts to provide us with the presentations that you provide. So we appreciate your time and efforts in getting everything so well laid out. And at this time,
Madam Chair, I
Yes.
move the meeting be adjourned.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Yay.